Chapter 1808. It was just like back then, when the tyrant saber appeared, it caused a huge commotion in the entire fiendish demon battlefield. Now, another inherited Tao tool appeared. Naturally, there would be a fight. What strong demonic chi? This is a mysterious phenomenon that can only materialize when there is an inherited Tao tool. The little monk, Yan Qin, clicked his tongue as he walked over to Xiao Chen's side. I'll go and take a look. You stay here and treat your injuries. After saying that, Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the surging demonic chi. Xiao Chen did not lack inherited Tao tools. The tyrant saber in his hand was already good enough. He just wanted to see how big of a storm this inherited Tao tool would cause and how many fish it would attract. The 10 great peaks were vast. The disciples of the 3 demonic Tao sects and the foreign cultivators were like fish in water. Even if a person did not purposely hide, finding them would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. To Xiao Chen, the main purpose of experiential training in the 100,000 Great Peaks was to figure out the strength of the 3 demonic Tao sections. Furthermore, he wanted to know how many more experts were hiding in the dark, waiting for the nightless, mysterious phenomenon that would arrive soon. Right now, everything was just a small skirmish. Xiao Chen kept his thoughts on the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. It wouldn't be long before the nightless phenomenon would appear. Xiao Chen had to figure out his competitor's strength. He needed to know himself and his enemy. There was no doubt that this was a very good opportunity. Xiao Chen had the best say on how strong an inherited Tao tool was. Without the tyrant saber, he would not have comprehended the Thunder Great Tao so quickly. Without the tyrant saber, he would not have been able to hold out for long when he fought with Star Venerates. With the tyrant saber support, Xiao Chen had the strength to fight Star Venerates as a major primal core Venerate. By activating 50% of the tyrant saber's might, he could knock back a middle-stage Star Venerate. Xiao Chen had not activated the tyrant saber's full might yet. However, he could imagine how horrifying it would be. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cultivation was relatively low. If it were some other Star Venerate with a higher cultivation, the inherited Tao tool would be even stronger in their hands. Xiao Chen could predict that the appearance of this inherited Tao tool would attract many people to fight over it. By attracting all the experts training in other places, Xiao Chen could successfully achieve his goal. Xiao. Half a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Chen landed on a relatively secluded, solitary peak. 100 miles below, a small hill had been broken open, and the surging demon chi was coming from it. He looked at the outskirts of the hill. There were 2 demonic Tao cultivators fighting intensely. Xiao Chen observed for a while. It seemed like the opening on the hillside was accidentally opened by the shockwaves from their battle. When the 2 of them saw the monstrous devil chi, they were clearly startled. What followed was ecstasy, and then an even more bitter battle. Both of them wanted to quickly finish off the other party, seize the Tao artifact, and quickly leave. But the more impatient he was, the more he couldn't end the battle quickly. Xiao Chen had already sensed that there were many experts hiding in secret places, just like him. He looked at the 2 of them, coldly, not anxious at all. The 2 people closest to the inherited Tao tool were merely early-stage Star Venerates. No matter how much trouble they caused, they wouldn't be able to cause any waves. Clearly, the people hiding in the dark were smart. They knew that it would not be good for anyone to stick their head out at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the inherited Tao tool truly appeared. The show was far from starting. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for the inherited Tao tool to break free and soar into the clouds. After a while, the 2 demonic Tao cultivators fighting on the hill started to feel that something was wrong. After exchanging a move, they quickly fled far away. If they still did not leave, when the Tao tool appeared, they would be the first to die. It could only be said that these 2 were not stupid. Hence, a strange scene appeared in this place. The demonic chi coming from the hill was clearly becoming more startling. The various mysterious phenomena were even more terrifying. However, the surroundings grew increasingly quiet. In the end, there was practically no sound at all. The calm before the storm made everyone feel strangely nervous. I wonder what will fly out. The little monk Yan Chen's voice suddenly rang out beside Xiao Chen, startling him to his senses. "Why are you following me?" Xiao Chen asked with a slight frown, somewhat blaming Yan Chen. Yan Chen smiled abashedly and said, "Big brother Xiao, please don't blame me. I'm just taking a look. I am a person who naturally likes to watch crowds. When I stay in the temple, I like to sneak down the mountain. I can't stand the loneliness." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, feeling speechless. He wondered which temple this little monk came from for him to raise such a weirdo. In that case, just watch. Don't cause trouble for me. When Yan Chen heard that, he laughed softly. Hee. Don't worry. I never caused trouble. There was something else that Yan Chen did not say. Indeed, he never sought trouble. It was always trouble seeking him out. However, there should not be any trouble this time. I will just watch from afar. Yan Chen smiled uncertainly in his heart. Suddenly, at this moment, countless terrible wails erupted from the hill, and those wails were like the roar of mountains and the roar of tsunamis. Resentment surged into the heavens, causing one's hair to stand on end. The demonic Tao cultivators hiding in the dark could not help trembling in excitement. Based on these sounds, who knew how many resentful spirits were refined in that inherited Tao tool? There were at least 1,000,000 resentful spirits. Furthermore, they were not ordinary resentful spirits. Otherwise, the sound would not be so sharp and piercing, reaching deep into the soul. Rumble. Suddenly, several terrifying bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, shattering the demonic clouds. It was like the heavenly Tao did not tolerate the birth of such a sinful Tao tool. Heavenly lightning. To think that it is an inherited Tao tool that can stir up heavenly lightning. This is incredible. This inherited Tao tool must be extraordinary. The success rate of refining an inherited Tao tool that can stir up heavenly lightning is frighteningly low. It is too easy for the heavenly lightning to damage it. The former myriad Holy Church truly lives up to being a great demonic Tao sect. This mysterious phenomenon immediately caused a commotion. Many demonic Tao cultivators started discussing it in soft voices. Several heavenly lightning descended. However, the demonic qi blocked them all, preventing them from landing on the inherited Tao tool. As Xiao Chen looked at the lightning in the sky, he felt astonished. This inherited Tao tool that was about to appear was probably several levels higher than the ghost dragon pennant. If it fell into the hands of the devil sex martial artists, their strength would increase greatly. Soon, he would be able to add a formidable opponent to his list. Should he take the risk and snatch this inherited Tao artifact back? This thought only appeared for a moment before Xiao Chen rejected it. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. He was alone in this place. Taking the risk to snatch this inherited Tao artifact was not rational. The risk was too great. Moreover, now was not the time to fight with their lives on the line. Before the nightless phenomenon occurred, it would be best for him not to attract anyone's attention. That's right, I'll just watch from afar. This way, the enemy will be in the light while I'm in the dark. The more I understand, the better it will be for me. Based on his experience, he would not be able to unleash the full might of an inherited Tao artifact within a short period of time. Ga. The inheritance within the mound emitted a strange laughter that caused one's heart to palpitate. It was as if it was filled with disdain towards the heavens, arrogant beyond compare. The heavenly lightning became even more terrifying, but it was still unable to blast into the hill and damage the inherited Tao artifact. Just when everyone thought that the inherited Tao tool would be born smoothly, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, an intense light appeared in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. Caught off guard, nearly everyone, including Xiaoqin, felt pain in their eyes. Boom! Following that, there was an intense explosion. The mound instantly flattened, kicking up dust and covering the sky. The miserable cries of countless aggrieved spirits rang out, rising and falling. The originally fearless demonic chi that soared into the sky broke in half and scattered with the wind. The heavenly lightning injured the inherited Tao tool. Indeed, a scarlet demonic mirror in the air flickered with a fiery black light as it quickly headed in a certain direction. The black demonic light made one feel uneasy. However, one could clearly sense that the light was weak. That final heavenly lightning did indeed injure this inherited Tao tool that stirred up the winds and clouds. Xiaoqin opened his eyes, which were pierced by the light. He felt that something was wrong, and his expression changed dramatically in the next moment. Whoosh! The demonic mirror vanished. Xiaoqin turned his head to look at Yanqin, who was beside him. Then he said through clenched teeth, "Little monk, can you explain how this inherited Tao tool ended up in your hands?" Chapter 1809. Yan Chan was truly depressed to the extreme. He was just watching the show. Who did he offend? The inherited Tao tool actually flew into Yan Chen's hand on its own. Yan Chen did not need this demonic Tao tool. It was just a problem in his hands. "Big brother Xiao, I'll give it to you." Yan Chen stretched out his hand and tossed the demonic mirror to Xiaoqin. When the black demonic flame on the scarlet demonic mirror touched Yan Chen's body, it immediately started burning fiercely. The black demonic flame immediately soared into the clouds, covering Yan Chen's entire body. Demonic might surged into the sky. The mountain under Yan Chen's feet shook slightly, and countless rocks tumbled down. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he quickly dodged to the side. Boom! A beam of black light shot out from the demonic mirror, and a few miserable cries rang out. Xiaoqin turned his head to look. It turned out that some of the faster demonic Tao cultivators had already charged over and happened to get pierced by the black light. Without exception, all the demonic Tao cultivators that got pierced by the black light had a large hole burned in their chests. The black flame continued to burn along the wounds. The flesh festered, giving off an unpleasant smell. It was a ghastly sight, one that one could not bear to look at. Xiaoqin's lips twitched. If this hit him, he would have died. He turned his head to look at Yanqin and smiled embarrassedly. "Little monk, looking at your delicate features, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, I really cannot tell. You really hid yourself deeply. Benefactor Xiao, young master Xiao, big brother Xiao, I. Yan Chen was startled by this scene as well. He was so nervous that he stuttered. There was simply no way to explain it. "I what?" "Quickly put it away. It's time to run." Xiao Chen carried Yanqin and executed the Thunder Dragon Burst. Then his figure flashed, disappearing 50 kilometers away. "It's the netherworld, filthy flame." When the others saw the demonic Tao cultivators pierced by the black light, their eyes lit up with joy. "Ha ha ha! After him!" The difficulty of refining the netherworld filthy flame is very high. It truly lives up to being an inherited Tao tool. Even the heavenly lightning does not allow it to exist. Whoosh! Looking at the direction in which Xiaoqin fled, a group of demonic path elites madly chased after him. Although Xiaoqin had the upper hand in terms of speed, he was unable to shake off the group of people behind him as he was carrying a person in his hands. "Stop running. Little bald donkey, we meet again." Boom! Suddenly, a clump of demonic clouds descended in front of them. The demonic cloud surged, and the illusory cloud sex Qiao Jianqing appeared. "It's you!" When Yanqin saw this person, he immediately flew into a rage. "You despicable bastard! How dare you plot against me? When my strength recovers, I will definitely cut you into pieces." "Ha ha ha! Thank you for the compliment. However, I'm surprised that a monk like you would have such a strong killing intent." Although Qiao Jianxing was talking to Yan Qin, his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Qin. The injured Yan Qin was not a strong opponent in Xiao Qian's eyes. The one he could not figure out was the person beside Yan Qin. His cultivation was not high, but he could sense a dangerous aura coming from Xiao Qin. Qiao Jianxing, your speed is truly fast. Xiao Qin saw a vast might surging over, carrying the might of all things in the world. Xiao Qin did not see any wind, but he felt a huge pressure. This feeling was very familiar. It was someone from the Heavenly Eagle Castle. The person who arrived was Xixingjie. He leaped down from the Heavenly Thunder Eagle and happened to block off Xiao Qian's other path of escape. Xixingjie, same here. Qiao Jianxing laughed in a strange manner. There was only one inherited Dao tool. It was hard to avoid competition between the two. Little bald donkey, I let you run last time. Let's see where you can run to this time. Today, I will take revenge for my younger brother. I will eat you to vent the hatred in my heart. Whoosh! Xixingjie did not think too much at all. He leaped into the air and hacked at Yan Chen with his axe. Everything in the world, the flowers, the trees, the earth, the sky, the demonic clouds, seemed to have their life force sucked out. The life force gathered on Xixingjie's body as he leaped over in the air. His aura soared. Just as he was about to land, Xiao Qin and Yan Qin felt pressured to the point of breathlessness. This person was at least twice as strong as that Heavenly Eagle Castle Core disciple, Si Hongyi, whom Xiao Qin killed. Seeing that this axe was about to hack Yan Qin into pieces, Xiao Qin stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Then he caught the axe with 2 fingers, using the body as a cauldron to communicate with the world, gathering all the energy in his body to stabilize space. This was Xiao Qian's secret technique, the sharp spirit finger. Go back! Xiao Qian's fingers loosened slightly. The veritable essence energy, great Dao energy, and vital qi gathered by the sharp spirit finger suddenly exploded out. Bang! Xixingjie, who was charging over with a ferocious aura, got knocked back. As soon as he landed on the ground, he felt the blood and qi in his body churning violently. Not only did the axe get pushed back by the other party, but it also added in Xiao Qian's energy, causing him to stumble. Qiao Jianxing's eyelids twitched. Earlier, he was regretting letting this Xixingjie get ahead of him. Now he thought to himself, what a close call. Fortunately, this big fellow helped me test out this white-clad brat's limits. Xiao Qian was mysterious and could not be underestimated. Whoosh! 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 More demonic Dao cultivators landed in the surroundings. When they saw this scene from the air, they were all startled. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's strongest disciple, Xixingjie, got knocked back with 2 fingers. Damn! What terrifying strength! To think that he managed to catch Xixingjie's strong strike with 2 simple fingers. This is truly incredible. Even the true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Dao sects cannot do that so easily. Don't underestimate him. This is clearly a secret technique. There are many tricks to it. Where did this white-clad youth come from? I have never heard of him before. Is he here for the nightless, mysterious phenomenon? Upon seeing the earlier scene, the many demonic Dao cultivators, the pirates of the Starlight Sea, and some loose cultivators who rushed over did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Qian looked around, feeling somewhat disappointed. The strongest people here were mostly people of Qiao Jianxing's and Xixingjie's level. Not a single true inheritor of the 3 great demonic Dao sects appeared. There was also not a single peak late-stage Star Venerate expert. It looked like the nightless, mysterious phenomenon would not appear. The true experts would not show up. They could only wait until the nightless sky shone with eternal starlight and cleared away the demonic clouds. Only the core peak of the Myriad Star Mountain could be entered. At that time, it would be a true fight. Right now, everyone was making their final preparations. Whoever showed up would expose more of their strength. No one would be so foolish as to be in closed-door cultivation, only letting their disciples fight on a small scale. Even if an inherited Tao tool appeared, they would not know. After learning the reason, Xiao Qin felt somewhat disappointed. Never mind. Since I already exposed my strength, there is no need to hide it. It would be good to take this opportunity to collect this inherited Tao tool, lest it fall into the hands of other demonic Tao experts. Brat, where are you from? Si Xingjie asked sullenly as he glared at Xiao Qin. After the earlier lesson, Si Xingjie no longer dared to act rashly. Although demonic Tao cultivators were lawless and fearless, they always respected the strong. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. You are not qualified to know where I come from. Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Xiao Chen attacked at the drop of a hat, not giving any warning at all. In the blink of an eye, everyone only saw Xiao Chen draw his saber before sheathing it. Before the crowd could understand what happened, 81 intense saber lights shot out of Si Xingjie's body. Then he fell to the ground and died amid a miserable shriek. The onlookers broke out in a cold sweat. As they looked at Xiao Qin, they felt their hair stand on end, and they all retreated. Let's go. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he soared into the air while carrying Yan Qin, leaving behind a group of people exchanging glances. When the others saw Si Xingjie's body riddled with saber wounds, they did not dare to give chase. A suspicious look flashed in Xiao Jianqing's eyes. He took a few steps and arrived before Si Xingjie's corpse. After checking, Xiao Jianqing's expression changed slightly. He raised his head to look in the direction Xiao Qin had taken and cursed. I got tricked by him. This fellow is not that strong at all. Si Xingjie's death was entirely due to carelessness. Earlier, Xiao Jianqing suffered a disadvantage when Xiao Chen's sharp spirit finger broke his demonic cultivation technique. He had not expected Xiao Chen to attack at the drop of a hat. Before Xiao Jianqing could execute his demonic cultivation technique, Xiao Chen used a quick attack to kill him in one breath. If it were a normal exchange, Xiao Chen's saber light would not have been able to pierce through Si Xingjie's physical body. At most, it would have severely injured Si Xingjie. It would not have reached the horrifying effect of instantly killing him. As long as Xiao Qin did not have the strength to instantly kill Si Xingjie, with so many people here, he would not be a match for him at all. If Xiao Chen were really that strong, he would not have needed to leave immediately after killing Si Xingjie. Xiao Jianqing stood up and chased after Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Chen was already far away. How could Xiao Jianqing catch up? Chapter 1810. That was close. After escaping a calamity, Xiao Chen put down Yan Qin and heaved a sigh of relief. After Yan Qin landed, he looked seriously at Xiao Qin and said, "Big brother Xiao, you practiced your saber technique in the wrong direction." In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 81 slashes, and each slash came from a different direction. But the power is really too scattered. That was only natural. Even without Yan Qin saying it, Xiao Qin understood. It would be strange if Xiao Qin could send out so many saber lights in the blink of an eye and still be able to match the saber lights he sent out in a stable manner. Accumulating power required a process. The longer the time, the greater the power. The shorter the time, the weaker the power. Although a casual strike from Xiao Qin was already very powerful for someone of his realm, it was still very powerful. But in the eyes of a true expert, it was not enough to deal a fatal blow. However, everything needed to be tempered. He had only comprehended the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations today. How could he possibly reach perfection in one go? Xiao Chen was already very satisfied with its current power. Earlier, Xiao Qin had taken advantage of Si Xingjie's opening. The Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique needed to be circulated at all times in order to become stronger. Not only would his fleshly body grow stronger as he extracted the energy of all things in the world, but his attacks would also become even more ferocious, growing stronger with each attack. Their fighting style was also unreasonable. Those who fought with them all felt aggrieved. If he wanted to win, he had to win quickly. He had to end his opponent's life with a single strike. Otherwise, as long as there was a sliver of hope left, the other party's demonic arts would allow him to quickly recover from his injuries and launch a counterattack. Xiao Qin caught hold of the other party, not daring to act rashly. He was still recovering from the shock from the sharp spirit finger. It had to be said that making a sudden move was an excellent opportunity. 81 strands of saber light poured in at the same time, instantly shredding the other party's life force. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many saber lights there were, it would be difficult to deal fatal damage to the opponent. On the other hand, if Yan Qin had not shocked the 100 demonic Dao experts in all directions, he would have died. There was no chance for her to take him away. Otherwise, if a chaotic battle broke out, Xiao Chun wouldn't have to worry about his life, but it would be hard to say what would happen to the little monk. He had gotten himself into big trouble, and the other party was kind enough to save his life. Now that he had settled down, the first thing he said wasn't thanks. Yet he was criticizing Xiao Chen's skills with the saber. It had to be said that Xiao Chen was somewhat speechless. However, Yan Chen did not seem to notice this. He continued happily, "Hence, I feel that you should gather the saber lights together and execute the killing blow." In the future, when he raised his cultivation level, he would slowly separate them. At that time, not only will I be able to execute it more proficiently, but the might of the saber light will also not weaken, successfully reaching consummation. Xiao Qin couldn't be bothered with him. He casually sat on a rock and closed his eyes to rest. Xiao Chen felt somewhat worried. The true inheritors of the 3 demonic Dao sects and the inner sect elders had not appeared. It was truly unexpected. It seemed like the true contest would take place after Nightless Heaven. The true inheritors and the experts of the 7-star pirate ships were all in closed-door cultivation, waiting for the mysterious phenomenon to happen. This would allow him to obtain the greatest opportunity in the main peak of the Myriad Star Mountain. There was also Big Brother Yen, who was no longer by her side and was indeed the biggest hidden danger. Who knew what he was up to? "Big Brother Xiao, what do you think of what I said?" Yan Qin asked again as he walked over to Xiao Chen's side, not willing to be ignored. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and carefully looked at Yan Qin. Yan Qin had delicate features, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His smiling face looked somewhat young. "Little monk, what secrets are you hiding? Why did the inherited Dao, tool of the demon race, automatically fall into your hands?" Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. It was hard to explain why the inherited Dao tool of the demonic Dao ended up in Xiao Chen's hands. After all, Xiao Chen had already entered the demonic Dao. His physical body had been modified by the immemorial demon soul, and his primal core contained a large amount of veritable essence energy made of demonic qi. However, this inherited Dao tool ended up in the hands of the little monk. Since the things of the world happened, there had to be a reason. Yan Qin said helplessly, "I don't know either. The moment I was born, Master said that I used up all my luck. From now on, I will not be able to escape misfortune. Many a time, even if I do not seek trouble, trouble always finds me." The last time Xiao Chun heard Yan Qin say this, he did not believe it. Now he muttered to himself, "Is there really such an unlucky person? However, my master always smiled and told me that being able to be born is my greatest blessing, the fortune of the Buddhist sect. However, in the few years that I left the mountain to travel, I was extremely unlucky. The only consolation is that I defeated the people of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. People call them." Xiao Chen asked, finding it strange, "What people call them?" Every time the little monk said this, he would stop. This made Xiao Chen curious about what people called them. Yan Qin said embarrassedly, "I'll tell you next time." Next time. When Xiao Chen mentioned people's nicknames, Yan Chen's interest immediately vanished. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and his heart sank. Then he looked calmly at Yan Chen and said, "Little monk, it looks like we have to part ways for now." Yan Chen was startled when he heard that. "That can't be. You saved my life several times and are a benefactor of the Buddhist sect. I was still thinking of giving you pointers on saber techniques after I recover." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There's no need." Yan Chen giggled and said, Of course. Master said that the debt of saving a life is greater than the heavens. It is not proper for me to leave like this." Xiao Chen smiled coldly and expressionlessly. "You leaving is the greatest repayment to me. Aside from trouble, what else is there to be with you?" Ah, this startled Yan Chen. Unexpectedly, big brother Xiao, whom he seemed to get along with, thought this way as well. Yan Chen could not help feeling somewhat disappointed, feeling guilty. Then he scratched his head and smiled. "I'll be leaving then. My bad luck does indeed spread to others. I did not think of that earlier." Seeing the little monk really go far away, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. His expression did not change at all. "Ha ha ha! Little brother Xiao, we meet again." The Iron Horn Pirates captain, Yan Zhe, suddenly appeared from nowhere. However, this time he was not alone. A lethargic old man stood beside Yan Zhe. His aura was even scarier than Yan Zhe's. Yan Zhe's body was shriveled and as skinny as a piece of wood. His face was practically devoid of flesh, and his facial features were all sunken in. No one knew how old this old man was. Yan Zhe pointed at Xiao Chen and said, "Senior Chai, this is the young bladesman Xiao Chen that I told you about. He is the one who coincidentally obtained the Scarlet Blood War Banner's recognition. Indeed, the new generation excels the old. Young man, not bad, not bad." Senior Chai laughed sinisterly, his voice making one tremble. Xiao Chen stood up and said, "Senior Chai, you are too polite." Then Xiao Chen looked at Yan Zhe and said, "Big brother Yan, you came somewhat early. The nightless mysterious phenomenon will appear only after some time." Yan Zhe smiled mysteriously. "It's not early. You came at the right time. In a few more days, the 3 great demonic Dao sects will work together to clear the area, ensuring that they will be the first to enter the main peak and gain the greatest advantage. At this moment, the disciples of the 3 great demonic Dao sects are all in closed-door cultivation in their sections. This is the best time for us to enter the main peak. This time, we have to take the initiative." Xiao Chen looked at the sky. Demonic clouds shrouded the place, not scattering. There were no signs of any changes at all. Without a mysterious phenomenon, the demonic clouds shrouding the myriad star mountain's main peak would not scatter. Not to mention a holy venerate, even a sovereign personage would not be able to barge into the main peak at this moment. Seeing the strange expression on Xiao Chen's face, Yan Zhe smiled and said, "With you around, these demonic clouds will not be difficult. Take out the Scarlet Blood War Banner. This entire 100,000 Great Peaks is the body that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King transformed into." He sensed that the Scarlet Blood War Banner acknowledged him. He sensed that the Scarlet Blood War Banner acknowledged you and blew gently, and these demonic clouds covering the sky will naturally scatter. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this Yan Zhe had planned this long ago. Back then, when Yan Zhe saw that Xiao Chen obtained the Scarlet Blood War Banner's recognition, he probably already predicted this day. Xiao Chen's strength did not catch Yan Zhe's attention at all. The partner that Yan Zhe truly sought was this lethargic, skinny senior Chai before him. Xiao Chen's thoughts were meticulous. He immediately thought of the saying, "Put away the bow after all the birds have been killed." If he helped him open the path to the main peak, it would be his death. But at this moment, the 2 Saint Venerables were looking at him with smiles on their faces. He simply had no chance to resist. Xiao Chen's heart twitched, but his expression did not change. He took out the Scarlet Blood War banner and stabbed it into the ground. It stabbed into the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. His body was like a mountain spanning tens of thousands of miles. His eyes were like the stars in the sky, and there was no night. The Scarlet Blood War banner had a telepathic connection with Shao Qin. It was like an extra arm that Shao Qin had stabbed into the ground. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body immediately sensed an aura that he had not sensed in a long time. Rumble. At this moment, the entire 100,000 mountain range began to shake violently. The seawater in all directions surged, and the waves surged. The seawater was merciless as it suddenly changed its expression. In an instant, it smashed countless ships in the vicinity. It was like a giant was trying to stand up in the water. Senior Chai appeared excited. However, Yenja still had a faint smile on his face. No joy or excitement could be seen on his face. Whoosh! The demonic clouds covering the surrounding 5 million kilometers shrank continuously, gathering at the main peak, which was shrouded in demonic clouds all year round. Boundless starlight shone down, quickly filling the nearby sea region. Then, starlight spread out and slowly covered the 100,000 mountain range. The nightless, mysterious phenomenon is starting in advance. Strange. In the past, the demonic clouds spread out from the inside. Why is it gathering from the outside this time? It's like some strange existence swallowed up all the demonic clouds. Such an earth-shattering and majestic phenomenon instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Yenja laughed loudly and grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner that he stabbed into ground. Little brother Shao, the Forbidden Land is dangerous. You should stay here first. Senior Chai and I will take our leave first. At this moment, countless people rushed towards the main peak. However, Yenja and Senior Chai were holy venerates, so they immediately surpassed everyone. Those who were blind and blocked the way did not even have time to make a sound before dying without an intact corpse. The true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Dao sects, the inner sect elders, and the experts of the other 7-star pirate ships were still far away. Yenja and Senior Chai were destined to go first, ahead of everyone else. Shao Qin, who remained where he was, showed an extremely sullen expression. This was the first time he felt so furious and helpless. This Yenja was extremely despicable. What did Yenja take Shao Qin to be? A pawn that he could manipulate at will. Chapter 1811. Brother Yen, why didn't you bring that junior along with you? Senior Chai's eyes flickered. His words always gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling, causing people to tremble in fear. On the other hand, Yenja was able to remain calm. He smiled and said, "This young man is not simple. If we bring him along, there might be some accidents. After all, he obtained the recognition of the Scarlet Blood War banner. If he can make use of some of the restrictions, the 2 of us will be in danger." Yenja's worry was not without reason. Since Shao Qin could obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition, many of the restrictions in the Forbidden Land might be ineffective against him. Given the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's strength, he was fully capable of leaving behind such a backup plan. Elder Chai nodded slightly. That makes sense. Then why not just kill him? Killing a major primal core, venerate, would be easier than killing an ant. Yenja smiled and said, "That won't do. If there are still some inheritances in there that we need to use him, then wouldn't we be getting caught in our own web? But if that's the case, how are we going to find him?" "Haha, you don't have to worry about this, Elder Chai. If I can find him now, I'll definitely be able to find him later. He can't escape from me." Yenja was complacent and confident, and he practically took every possibility into account. My goodness, this person is indeed not simple. Elder Chai thought to himself, and he could not help but have a higher opinion of Yenja. Yenja scheming and meticulous, causing others to feel a lingering fear in their hearts. It was a scary thing to be targeted by him. Fortunately, Xiao Chen did not have any conflict of interest with the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. He was not interested in fighting for it. All he needed was a secret technique that could allow him to live another life, or an elixir that could extend his lifespan. As holy venerates, the two advanced rapidly. Soon, they arrived at the main peak of the Myriad Star Mountain. Their expressions changed abruptly. They saw that there was a huge hole on the main peak, and it was continuously sucking in the demonic clouds. Yen just said sullenly, "I always thought that this demonic cloud was natural." Unexpectedly, it appeared from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. Senior Chai sighed. After he died, he turned into a body the size of 100,000 great mountains. I really can't imagine how strong the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was when he was alive. I wonder if he has become a god. The god that Elder Chai mentioned was a true god, not a faux god. When Yen just saw such a spectacular scene, he was also rather astonished, and he followed up saying, "Wanting to become a true god is easier said than done. If you can ignite the divine flame and become a faux god, you can call yourself a king in the world and seize the providence of heaven and earth." The two of them hesitated. This was indeed an accident. This time, the demonic clouds did not disperse. They were all sucked into the main peak, and a mysterious hole appeared. Without a doubt, that cave was the inheritance ground of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. The problem now was that the huge cave entrance was filled with roiling demonic clouds that manifested into many terrifying phenomena and magical beasts. The demonic chi there was extremely vast, making it difficult to enter. "Elder Chai, it's up to you now." Yen glanced at the skinny old man by his side and spoke with a smile. "Let's attack." Senior Chai didn't say anything. His figure flashed as he flew towards the cave entrance. From afar, the entrance of the cave was not particularly wide. In comparison, one would realize that a martial artist was truly too insignificant compared to the entrance of the cave. Boom! The two had just approached when they saw the demonic clouds in the cave turn into a group of demonic soldiers of hell wearing demonic armor, charging over in the thousands. At this moment, the demonic clouds had not been completely absorbed yet, so they were at their most berserk. However, the two wanted to seize the initiative, so they could not care so much. Senior Chai coldly snorted and sent out a palm strike. A palm wind swept out. A palm wind swept out, forcibly tearing a gap in the vast army. The two seized this opportunity and flashed past, entering the cave entrance. However, this was just the beginning. The demonic clouds in the cave became even more horrifying. There was no night in the sky. 10,000 stars flickered, and the 100,000 great peaks shone with light. Everywhere one looked, the trees, flowers, grass, forests, and rocks were bathed in a faint layer of starlight, looking very beautiful. The entire 100,000 great peaks seemed to be covered in a veil of starlight, looking like an immortal realm, dreamy and illusory. Xiao Chun remained where he was, calming down for a while before he calmed down. Since the Scarlet Blood War banner had been collected, Yenja must have planted something similar to the black lotus mark on Xiao Chen's body, allowing him to track him at any time. Furthermore, Yenja had worked together with another old holy venerate. No matter how one looked at it, the situation was a mess for Xiao Chen. Right now, the correct choice should be to go as far away as possible. However, Xiao Chen was not resigned to this. He could not swallow this frustration. Actually, Yenja had already imperceptibly become a demon in his heart. If he couldn't defeat this person, then he wouldn't be able to defeat him. If Xiao Chen could not defeat this person, he would not be able to go far on the path of the martial Tao. Ever since Xiao Chen entered the Great Thousand Realms, he had walked alone until now. Others would not be able to understand the hardships he had gone through. Right now he felt extremely humiliated. However, the word give up never existed in Xiao Chen's dictionary. He would never give up until he did his best. The path of cultivation did not depend on talent. who could persevere with the pride in their hearts and never give up, who would be able to ascend the throne that stood at the peak in the end. Xiao Qin did not move blindly. He closed his eyes and went through all his trump cards. Then he seriously analyzed the information he obtained. When Xiao Qin opened his eyes again, there was no confusion, no resentment, no anger. His eyes were like clear water, calm and penetrating. They looked like endless waves. However, if one peered into those deep eyes, one would see the flame hidden in the depths of Xiao Qian's eyes. The blazing flame burned brightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the illumination of starlight, Xiao Qin quickly traveled through the 100,000 great peaks, flying towards the main peak of the myriad star mountain. Although he was already very late, Xiao Qin was not in a rush. He slowly advanced at only a tenth of his usual speed. Xiao Qian had already expected that the mysterious cave at the main peak that swallowed up the demonic clouds would be extraordinary. If he went early, he might not have an opportunity. Perhaps he would just leave behind a pile of bones to pave the way for later generations. At this moment, people rushed over from thousands of kilometers around the 100,000 great peaks, flying towards the main peak. All of them chased after the stars and the moon, moving astonishingly fast, afraid of being too slow. Immediately, the demonic light treasure tools bathed in starlight materialized another scene in the sky above the 100,000 great peaks. This place was originally the remnant of the myriad holy church. Since then, all sorts of treasures had appeared. This was especially so for the main peak. This year, the mysterious phenomenon happened early, and a mysterious cave appeared at the main peak. It would be hard not to attract attention. Xiao Qin already felt several terrifying auras rushing over, radiating vast demonic might and starlight. Everywhere these auras passed, the ground trembled, forcing people to retreat, not daring to get close at all. The commotion caused by this scene was much greater than when the inherited Dao tool appeared. The many true inheritors, the experts of the 7-star pirate ships, and the demonic Dao sect elders were probably rushing over at their fastest speed. So many corpses. As Xiao Qian walked over, he saw more and more corpses strewn all over the ground, dying incredibly miserable deaths. Before the competition officially started, the competition already started. All sorts of killings appeared. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the sky, and demonic qi surged into the sky. Clearly, people started fighting over a disagreement. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Veritable essence energy surged, and thunderous sounds rang out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ferocious beast flew out of the mountains. Then it opened its huge mouth and swallowed up all the people fighting. Following that, the ferocious beast shrank to human form. It turned out that the peak experts of the Heavenly Eagle Castle had executed their demonic cultivation techniques and turned into ferocious beasts, eating up all the people fighting in one go. Trash! With this bit of strength, you dare to snatch fortuitous encounters? How dare you block the way? You deserve to die. The gray-clad man licked his lips and landed on a huge, heavenly thunder eagle in the air. Thunder rang out as the gray-clad man rushed to the main peak at lightning speed. It was a true inheritor. Xiao Qin felt startled. This person arrived really quickly. However, although this person was strong, there was still a gap between him and Yan Zhe and that skinny old man. Although Xiao Qin felt that this person was very strong, he did not feel any fear. Since even a true inheritor was here, Xiao Qin no longer hid his strength. He moved at full speed. 1 hour later, Xiao Qian's figure flashed. He leaped up and gently landed at the mysterious cave on the main peak. Chapter 1812. It arrived. All the demonic clouds in the sky had already been sucked into this mysterious cave. The black demonic clouds that filled the cave turned into all sorts of strange-looking demonic beasts. Their furious roars shook the sky and ground. All sorts of aggrieved spirits and evil spirits howled and howled in the churning black clouds at the cave entrance, expressing the helplessness and despair of the world. The boundless hatred made people feel incomparably terrifying. Everywhere Shao Chen looked, he saw countless corpses lying around the cave entrance. The three demonic Dao sects and the ferocious pirates of the Starlight Sea must have fought a huge battle here, resulting in many deaths. However, most of the people should have already killed their way into this mysterious cave. As Shao Chen looked up at this huge cave entrance, he felt very insignificant and melancholy. When the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was alive, he should have been as strong as a faux god. As for true gods, Shao Chen felt that they were not there yet. After advancing to true god, one would be able to exist with the world. Their physical bodies would be immortal, and their souls would not be extinguished, existing forever. However, it was said that there were no true gods in the world. It was like how the immortals of the immortal epoch lived in the heavenly court. True gods lived in a similar world. This was because true gods had already broken free from the control of the heavenly Tao. They did not suffer from the torment of aging, sickness, and death. If they appeared in the great thousand realms, they would disrupt the order of the world. Under normal circumstances, true gods would not appear in the great thousand realms. Those who could advance to faux god already stood at the peak of the great thousand realms. They had immortal bodies and long lifespans, nearly immortal. However, even if they did not die, they would still die, just like the Scarlet Blood Pirate King before Shao Chen. What a mysterious cave entrance! It looks like the mouth of a monster. It sucked in 5 million kilometers of demonic clouds in one gulp. How can this be? If this is the mouth of a monster, how strong is that monster? That is impossible. Strange, strange. I heard that the Myriad Holy Church, a large demonic Tao sect, discovered a startling secret of the Myriad Star Mountain, resulting in the destruction of the entire sect. I wonder if it has something to do with this mysterious cave entrance? Just at this moment, another group of people arrived near the cave entrance. When they saw the various mysterious phenomena materialized in the surging demonic clouds, they did not rush in. However, they did not advance rashly. Instead, they gathered together and discussed softly. When Shao Chen heard that, he looked at the hole again. This might really be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's mouth, given that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance should be in his body. The body of a Void God Realm expert must have something special and unique. It must be dangerous. So. Light shone everywhere. Some of the demonic Tao cultivators behind could not help charging over. Sensing that someone had entered, the demonic cloud at the entrance of the cave immediately transformed into various ferocious beasts and flew over. After entering the demonic cloud at the entrance of the cave, there were sounds of intense fighting. Suddenly, miserable screams came from inside. The people who went in all died inside. Many scarlet aggrieved spirits materialized in the churning demonic clouds. These were the demonic Tao cultivators who rushed in earlier. F***CK. This demonic cloud is actually devouring the flesh and blood of cultivators to grow. Even if they die, they will not be able to reincarnate. Who knows how many people will be stumped by just this entrance? This is really frustrating. We clearly know that this is the entrance to the treasure trove, but we still cannot enter. When the group of demonic Tao cultivators saw the mysterious phenomenon of the demonic clouds at the entrance, they all cursed, venting the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Shao Chen thought to himself, with my speed, I can instantly break through this demonic cloud with a thunder dragon burst. Without getting entangled in the demonic cloud, I can pass through without any injuries. This is not a problem for me. Just as Shao Chen was about to make his move, an incredibly strong aura suddenly spread out. He felt a chill run down his back as a boundless chill assaulted him. A strange 300-meter-long bird that seemed illusory and real slowly descended from the sky, carrying a few people. an underworld ghost bird. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. He had long heard of this strange bird that could immaterialize its physical body. It had a strong spatial attribute. Legend had it that it was born in the abyssal underworld. One could find the door to the abyssal underworld by writing it. It's the blood demon Royal Hall's people. Upon seeing the underworld ghost bird appear, the nearby people immediately recognized the people on the bird's back. There are very few underworld ghost birds. Only true inheritors are qualified to have them. The leader's aura is so strong. Could it be the top true inheritor, Yunmu Bai? The top true inheritor? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He could not help looking carefully. He saw that the leader of the underworld ghost bird was dressed in white. This person's complexion was very fair, like that of a woman's. There was a blood moon mark on his forehead, and beautiful maidservants surrounded him. Whoosh! Before Xiao Chen could look carefully, the underworld ghost bird pierced through the demonic cloud. Its body slowly immaterialized, and the people on its back melted into the air as well. Just like that, the underworld ghost bird silently entered unscathed. The underworld ghost bird truly lives up to its name. How miraculous! Yun Mubai already appeared. Then the fantasy cloud sects Xiaoxian and the heavenly eagle castles, Long Tingyu, should be arriving soon. They are all experts. I heard that these three are late-stage star venerates, unrivaled among star venerates. Without a holy venerate, no one can injure them. They will only be seeking death. The underworld ghost bird was indeed strong. However, that was all. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and the thunder dragon burst instantly exploded. Thunder roared, and he moved like an aurora, instantly piercing through the demonic cloud. Damn! Who is this? How fast? Since when did such an expert appear in the vicinity? It should be the upper echelon of a 7-star pirate ship. I heard that the 3 great 7-star pirate groups of the Myriad Star Sea region, the Silver Fox Pirate Group, the Blood Shadow Pirate Group, and the Berserk Wind Pirate Group, are all here. This is getting more and more chaotic. We can't even enter this hole. It looks like we won't be able to obtain any benefits at all. After piercing through the demonic cloud, Xiao Chen followed the only path down and looked around. From top to bottom, there were walls comparable to divine gold, incomparably sturdy. When one stretched out one's hand to touch them, one would feel an eternal and inextinguishable feeling. The nearby sharp-eyed experts could tell that these walls were extraordinary. They took out their Dao tools, wanting to smash them down. However, none of them succeeded. Instead, the Dao tools of some people were not strong enough. Cracks appeared on their Dao tools, and the great Dao they contained showed signs of crumbling. Damn it! What the hell is this place? To think that my Dao tools are crippled just like that. This is incredible. A complete great Dao actually crumbled. Some Star Venerate experts felt regret, wanting to cry. As Xiao Chen looked at this long tunnel, he entered deep thought. If the entrance of the tunnel was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's mouth, if the hole was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's mouth, then they were currently walking in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's throat. As Xiao Chen looked at the long tunnel and the terrifyingly tough walls, he could not help feeling startled. How strong was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body when he was alive? My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is burning. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words started with these 3 sentences. Now that Xiao Chen saw it for himself, he realized that it was true. In fact, it was even more than that. Xiao Chen kept walking forward. After 500 kilometers, the temperature suddenly soared. Suddenly, a vast sea of blood appeared in front. The sea of blood surged like lava. It gurgled and gave off steam. This was a burning sea of blood. The sea of blood was vast, and a continent floated in the center. The burning sea of blood was another hurdle. Not only was it very hot, but there were also many flaming fish monsters in it. With one look, it was clear that they were not to be trifled with. That continent— Xiao Qin frowned slightly. There seemed to be another world in that continent. When he looked in, he vaguely saw two different lights spreading in the surroundings. Heart like the sun and moon, shining together for 10,000 years. Could that continent be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart? It is very likely that the inheritance is in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. My body is like a sword filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining together for 10,000 years. The scorching blood was this boundless sea of blood that burned endlessly. The vast continent floating above the sea of blood was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. There was a world in it. The sun and moon existed together, shining together for 10,000 years. If one could find that treasure sword filled with pride in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart, one could obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and inherit the treasures he left behind. Perhaps a person like Yan Zhe would not understand what this body is like a sword represented. However, from a certain perspective, Xiao Chun felt that Yan Zhe was the same kind of person as the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Now that he arrived at the place indicated by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words, he immediately understood. Chapter 1813. Raging flames surged, and the sea of blood was boundless. As more and more cultivators passed through the demonic clouds, more and more cultivators gathered at the seaside. With the lesson of the demonic cloud at the entrance of the cave, no one dared to act rashly this time. Xiao Qin suddenly became vigilant. It seemed that more and more people were paying attention to him. He had condensed his will of soul and made several breakthroughs in his physical body. It was just a look, but Xiao Qin could feel it. A long time ago, he had exposed himself in the princess's mansion because of a single glance. Now he also possessed such strength. Without batting an eyelid, he listened attentively. A moment later, he understood the reason behind it. It turned out to be a group from the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Xiao Qin had killed Xixingjie, the strongest core disciple of the Heavenly Eagle Castle, in front of everyone. The Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples hid in the crowd, fearing Xiao Qin's strength. He acted very cautiously, only occasionally glancing at Xiao Qin. Not a single trace of his killing intent leaked out. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. These fellows were secretly passing down orders to summon the sect's true disciples or elders. Xiao! Without hesitation, Xiao Qin's figure flashed as he flew towards the Scarlet Sea. As soon as he flew into the Blood Sea, Xiao Qin felt the pressure increase by 1,000 times. His body fell into the sea like a kite with a broken string. "We've been discovered. Stop him." The expressions of the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples who had been watching Xiao Qin in secret changed drastically, and they all attacked from a distance. Killer moves were launched toward Xiao Qin without holding back. After seeing Xiao Qin instantly kill Xixingjie in one move, these Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples did not underestimate Xiao Qin just because of his cultivation. When he attacked, he used his best killer move. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of all the martial artists nearby. What kind of grudge did so many core disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle actually attack together? Who was the white-robed bladesman? To think that these core disciples used killing moves to deal with a major primal core venerate. In the air, Xiao Qin did not panic. He first activated his divine Dragon War body and stabilized his descent. Xiao Qin circulated the primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. The two vast veritable essence energies spun at the same time, and Xiao Qin's aura immediately soared. As Xiao Qin's hair flew about, the scarlet sea below churned endlessly, kicking up towering waves. Not wanting to waste any more time, Xiao Qin directly used brute force to break the technique. Using his vast and vigorous quintessential essence, he directly struck out with his palm. Boom! A palm wind blew, and a formless Taiji force field appeared around Shao Qin. The Taiji force field weakened the wind. With a single palm strike, he blocked all the remaining attacks. Shao Qin smiled faintly. His body gently floated as he continued to fly away. The shock wave spread out and fell into the sea of blood, causing pillars of blood-colored water to form. Senior Brother Yang will be here soon. We can't let him leave like this. Chase! The 10-odd Heavenly Eagle Castle Corps disciples at the seaside leaped up and chased after Shao Qin at the same time. The Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples all took out their Heavenly Thunder Eagles and frantically chased over the blazing Scarlet Sea. The scorching Scarlet Sea was terrifyingly hot. Those Heavenly Thunder Eagles all felt very anxious and restless, crying out in pain. However, under the forceful control of their masters, they had no choice but to continue flying. With all sorts of stimulation, the Heavenly Thunder Eagles' peak speed was brought out. What kind of deep grudge is this? Forcefully controlling the Heavenly Thunder Eagles like this will exhaust a lot of energy. If they are not careful, they might even get burned to death. That white-robed bladesman seems to be the one who killed Si Xingjie with one saber strike earlier. It's him. No wonder. The strongest core disciple was killed. If they cannot establish their might, it will have a great impact on the sect's reputation. The crowd whispered to each other. Many of the cultivators who did not see it personally understood what happened. They all showed shocked expressions. They did not know when such a strong bladesman appeared in the Starlight Sea. The Scarlet Sea was very vast, but it was still a long way from that continent. Shao Qin did not dare to speed up at full speed. 1 hour later, 10-odd Heavenly Thunder Eagles caught up to Shao Qin. After all, this group of people overdrew on the Heavenly Thunder Eagle's life force. Shao Qin could not compare to them. Brat, stay here. When the person at the very front saw that Shao Qin was close, he pushed off the ground and left the Heavenly Thunder Eagles back, chasing after Shao Qin. Boom! However, the moment that person left the Heavenly Thunder Eagle, he felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. The demonic Tao cultivation technique that he continuously circulated instantly paused. Damn it! Why is the gravity of this Scarlet Sea 100-fold stronger? Whoosh! However, before that person could stabilize his body, he saw a saber light charging at him. Before he could react, 81 saber lights appeared on his body. Blood spurted out from his wounds, and he fell into the sea like a shot put. After Shao Qin sheathed his saber, he looked at the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciple, who was instantly burned to bones in the Scarlet Sea. Without saying anything, Shao Qin turned around and continued flying forward. The martial technique that the little monk felt was flashy and impractical was actually very useful in many cases. The familiar scene reappeared. The Heavenly Eagle Castle cultivators in hot pursuit paused and got their Heavenly Thunder Eagles to stop. It was this move again. Another instant kill in the blink of an eye. How terrifying was this person? Humph! Since when did my Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples become so cowardly? Bunch of trash! Suddenly, a cold snort came from the distance. Then, the whistling sound drew closer. The horrifying pressure slowly increased, making it even harder to move in this Scarlet Sea, which had an extremely strong gravity in the first place. In the end, Shao Qin was still too slow. Shao Qin remained expressionless as he stopped. Senior Brother Yang is here. He can't run anymore. The many Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples behind immediately heaved a sigh of relief, showing joy on their faces. However, the smiles on their faces did not freeze. Instead, they saw an eternal and inextinguishable saber light sweeping over. The Heavenly Thunder Eagles that the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples rode were struck. They cried out miserably as they were chopped in half. The Heavenly Thunder Eagles had already severely overdrawn on their life force in the first place, suffering the assault of the heat waves at every moment. How could they survive under Xiao Chen's Mahamaya abstinence, violation saber techniques, resolving the mundane? The disciples on the heavenly thunder eagles did not expect that Xiao Chen would seek trouble for them instead of fighting senior brother Yang. Furthermore, Xiao Chen did not seek trouble for themselves, but for the heavenly thunder eagles they rode. When they felt the gravity of the Scarlet Sea, their shock turned into horror. Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Boom, 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 boom. The thunder great Tao energy and primal chaos veritable essence energy that filled Xiao Chen's body exploded 9 times in a row. The remaining 9 simply could not block Xiao Chen's fast saber technique in time. After getting struck by the saber and the shock waves from resolving the mundane, although they were not fatal, they could not stabilize their bodies. With extremely dissatisfied expressions, they fell into the Scarlet Sea and burned into a pile of withered bones. The demonic Tao cultivators on the distant seaside all felt a chill run down their backs when they saw the scene. This white-clad blades man looked delicate and pretty, not like someone of the demonic Tao. However, when this blades man attacked, he was even more ruthless than a demonic Tao cultivator. He did not say anything or make any unnecessary movements. You are seeking death. When the heavenly eagle castle disciple that rushed over saw the scene, he nearly went crazy with rage. As he roared, his body continuously enlarged. Suddenly, he turned into a huge and terrifying ferocious beast, charging at Xiao Chen to bite him. "It's you!" A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He recalled seeing this scene along the way. Unexpectedly, he ran into this person so soon. However, Xiao Chen did not want to fight with this person now. Without the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples holding him back, this person could not catch up to him. "We will meet again in the future." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and executed the Thunder Dragon Burst at full power. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and moved 50 kilometers backward. After that, Xiao Chen's figure flickered and he changed directions again. He stood on a lightning dragon, moving incredibly nimbly in this blazing Scarlet Sea. The ferocious beast turned into a human. As Yang Feng looked at Xiao Chen, who was already far away in the Scarlet Sea, he gritted his teeth in hatred. This was Yang Feng's first time being toyed with so miserably. Furthermore, that person even killed all the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples in front of him. Do you think that you can run? No one has ever escaped from me, Yang Feng. When I, Yang Feng, want to kill them. Yang Feng roared ferociously. As he circulated his demonic Tao cultivation technique, his expression turned sinister. Suddenly, his body exploded, turning into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Then he ran on the Scarlet Sea. He moved as fast as the wind, traveling 50 kilometers with each step. Chapter 1814. Yang Feng, who had turned into a 3,000-meter-tall giant, immediately increased his speed. Every step he took caused the sea to rumble endlessly. Boundless waves of blood rolled endlessly. This is the Heavenly Demon Tyrant Body Technique's Heavenly Demon Emergence. I heard that one can execute this secret technique only after cultivating it to the 9th layer. This Yang Feng truly lives up to being a true inheritor of the Heavenly Eagle Castle. When the many demonic Tao cultivators at the Scarlet Sea saw Yang Feng transform into a 3-kilometer-tall Yang Feng, they were all startled. Originally, they thought that after Xiao Chen killed those Heavenly Eagle Castle core disciples at lightning speed, he could use his movement technique to leave. But who would have thought that Yang Feng would actually be so powerful that he could directly cultivate the celestial devil tyrant body art to the 9th level? After transforming into a 10,000 Zhang giant, his body grew larger, but his movement technique did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even more ferocious, and its speed increased exponentially. In just a moment, he had caught up to Xiao Chen, who had gone far away. It must be said that he was indeed terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, thunderous booms resounded. With every step Yang Feng took, the blazing sea of blood shook violently. It was as if the entire world was spinning, and even space itself was a little chaotic. In fact, this was not Xiao Chen's illusion. Space itself had already been affected. After Yang Feng's body had turned into a 10,000-meter tall giant, the space around him had already been affected. The terrifying sky demon hockey technique continued to circulate, crazily extracting the power of everything in the world. It was now equivalent to an ancient ferocious beast, affecting the normal operation of the world. Die! Yang Feng leaped up ferociously and clenched his fist. The wind from his fist was like a mountain as he punched at Xiao Chen. His fist was like a small mountain. When it landed, a huge shadow enveloped Xiao Chen. It was as if heaven and earth had turned dark, so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Dodge! As Xiao Chen controlled the Thunder Great Tao's power, Xiao Chen poured the Great Tao's power and veritable essence energy into his left foot. Xiao Chen gently tapped his feet on the surface of the sea. The surging scarlet sea was like cotton candy. As his foot landed, everything within a radius of 100 miles caved in. Boom! Before the scarlet sea could bounce back, it was shattered by Yang Feng's fist. Amidst the loud noise, the sea of blood churned even more violently. Bang! Bang! Yang Feng, who had caught up, attacked crazily. Every move he made contained a terrifying force. An ordinary early-stage star venerate would not even be able to withstand one punch from the berserk Yang Feng. In this storm of attacks that tore apart the sea of blood, Xiao Chen was like a nimble little bird. He flew back and forth amidst the rain of flames and blood. Not a single one of them managed to hit him. As long as he was hit, even if it was only half a move, Xiao Chen would have to die here. This guy's attack was too terrifying, and the power was still increasing. Even Xiao Chen did not dare to fight him head-on at this time. As Xiao Chen dodged, his comprehension of the Thunder Dragon's steps deepened bit by bit. After finding the rhythm, Xiao Chen had an easier time dealing with the attacks. He was nimble, dodging like the wind. He dodged it. Yang Feng's storm-like attacks caused people to tremble in fear. However, in such a dangerous environment, Xiao Chen was able to handle it. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chen was just a major, primal core venerate. Suddenly, everyone saw a strange scene. Xiao Chen, who had been on the mountain wall, suddenly turned around and threw a punch at the 3-kilometer-tall giant. Whoosh! Everyone was so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat. The celestial demon tyrant body art became more ferocious the longer it lasted. The longer it lasted, the more horrifying the attack. Right now, even a holy venerate would have to retreat from Yang Feng's attacks. To think that Xiao Chen wanted to clash head-on. Brat, you are seeking death. Things move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Solitary Yin does not exist, and things that are too hard break easily. Can you still hold on after fighting for so long? Stop pretending and scram. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. He had done some research on the celestial demon tyrant body art. He knew that this demonic cultivation technique could not be continuously circulated. Otherwise, it would self-destruct sooner or later. Now was the time for Yang Feng to stop the demonic cultivation technique. Damn it! As Yang Feng watched Xiao Chen charge at him fearlessly and courageously, hatred filled his heart. Yang Feng simply could not imagine why Xiao Chen's eyes were so cunning. Seeing Xiao Chen approach, Yang Feng roared ferociously and retreated quickly. His physical body reverted to its original form, and his aura plummeted. Just at this moment, when Yang Feng reverted to his original form, Xiao Chen's fist light landed on his chest. Heaven and earth, boundless primal chaos. The two veritable essence energies in Xiao Chen's 9-star primal core circulated wildly. Two streams of energy continuously spun around Xiaoqin as he punched. Demonic qi, veritable essence energy, and spiritual energy, veritable essence energy mixed and exploded. It was not over yet. At the moment when the two veritable essence energies exploded, Xiaoqin activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline's might. The divine dragon war body's dragon might increased, and 20 cauldron force followed right after. The first wave of explosions shattered all the defenses of the shrunken Yangfeng. Then 20 cauldron force landed on his body without holding anything back. Dang! The dragon pattern cauldron trembled, and an ancient and savage aura spread out in all directions. Dragon might shook the surroundings. Yangfeng vomited a mouthful of blood, and his body flew back like a meteor, landing on the shore. Yangfeng's strength was somewhat scary. The Heavenly Eagle Castle is only SOSO. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and spread his arms. Electric dragons surrounded him as he headed proudly over the vast scarlet sea. Yangfeng, who fell into Xiaoqin's trap and crashed to the shore, was so frustrated that he vomited another mouthful of blood when he heard this. The other cultivators at the shore had already fled far away. They did not dare to appear by Yangfeng's side at this moment. A bona fide Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritor was reduced to such a sorry state. Who knew how angry he would be? Hey, isn't this Brother Yang? What's wrong with you? Why are you smiling so unsightly? Did you eat dog shit? Just at this moment, unpleasant mocking laughter rang out. A handsome but evil young man walked over with a group of people. This was O Jinyun, second only to the top true inheritor of the Fantasy Cloud sect, Xiaoxian. The nearby crowd felt startled. Another ruthless person arrived. The Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect had always been on bad terms. Now that they saw Yangfeng's dispirited appearance, they could not help mocking him. Haha, senior brother O, that might really be possible. The people of the Heavenly Eagle Castle just love to eat. Ferocious beast corpses, cultivator corpses, they eat them all. Perhaps they really ate dog shit. That's right. Otherwise, why would his expression be so unsightly? With O Jinyun backing them, the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples did not fear the severely injured Yangfeng. O Jinyun, you loser. Do you think that you can bully me as you please just because I'm injured? After being repeatedly thwarted, Yangfeng, who was on the ground, became so frustrated that he vomited blood. He roared and charged at O Jinyun. You overestimate yourself. O Jinyun smiled coldly. He actually did nothing when facing Yangfeng's incredibly ferocious punch. Bang! The fist light collided with Yangfeng's chest and produced a muffled sound. Yangfeng screamed in pain. Yangfeng cried out in pain, revealing an extremely horrified expression. He could not help punching again with his left hand, resulting in another dull sound. The bones in his two arms were shattered by the recoil, and they were temporarily crippled. This old man refined this essence magnetic treasure armor to deal with you mad dogs of the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Today, I will deal with you first. Oh, Jinyun grinned, looking incredibly ferocious. He waved his hand, and a ghost pennant appeared in his right hand. Then he waved it gently. Ghosts howled and aggrieved spirits howled. Then a 1,000-legged centipede made of demonic qi flew out of the ghost pennant. The centipede wobbled as it chased after the retreating Yangfeng. Yangfeng felt incredible regret in his heart. Dragging his crippled arms, he ran for his life in a sorry state. Ha ha ha! Senior brother, look at him now. He really looks like a dog. When the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples saw Yangfeng running away with his arms dangling, they all started laughing. O Jinyun showed an extremely cocky expression, feeling very pleased in his heart. Seeing that he managed to push Yangfeng to this extent, he smiled and said, Yangfeng, in the future, when you see this old man, run far away. Come, let's quickly go to that continent. The myriad holy church was once destroyed there. There must be a great fortuitous encounter there. This time, after I obtain the essence magnetic treasure armor, I will definitely kill everyone. Oh, Jinyun felt very heroic as he controlled the 1,000-legged centipede to carry the fantasy cloud sect disciples across the Scarlet Sea. Chapter 1815. Shao Qin finally set foot on that continent, which was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. This continent was incomparably vast, and it looked just like a real continent. There were already countless experts on this continent. Strong auras spread in the air. Shao Qin even sensed the auras of several holy venerates. As expected, those holy venerates had probably already noticed that something was wrong with this forbidden land. However, Shao Qin did not know where Yanjia and Senior Chai were now. The two of them were very strong and had the Scarlet Blood War banner. The obstacles in front would not be able to harm them at all. The gravity on the heart was much stronger than that of the Sea of Fire. Walking in it was a great test of a cultivator's physical body. Shao Qin cultivated the divine dragon war body and activated 30 to 40% of his blue dragon bloodline. Hence, he did not feel much pressure flying in it. The ancient bloodline gave Shao Qin a huge advantage. It allowed him, a major primal core venerate, to move about freely in this heart. He was no weaker than a late-stage star venerate or holy venerate old monster. What a strong life force! To think that I can still feel the pulse of my heart. After Shao Qin stepped on the ground, a mysterious energy came from the depths of the ground, affecting the rate of everyone's heartbeat. Aside from this, Shao Qin also felt sword intent. For someone as sensitive as him, he could easily sense the hazy sword intent that was everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Everything here, be it the rocks, the mountains, or the trees, was as straight and sharp as a sword. Unfortunately, this was not saber intent. If it were, Shao Qin would cultivate it here. By absorbing the saber intent everywhere, his saber Dao would advance at a rapid pace, advancing at a rapid pace. Shao Qin raised his head and looked into the distance. In many places, the demonic clouds churned, turning into a vast army and ancient mutated beasts. The demonic clouds seemed to be hiding something on purpose. From a distance, they looked exceptionally eye-catching. Let's go over and take a look. Executing thunder dragon steps, Shao Qin's figure moved like lightning, flickering as he moved quickly. Soon, Shao Qin caught up to the people who had crossed the blazing sea of blood. These people seemed to know that the continent was incredibly dangerous and that there were many unpredictable things, so they temporarily formed a simple team. A major primal core venerate. Upon seeing Shao Qin appear, many of these people revealed strange expressions. Many early-stage star venerates had fallen in love with him. Many early-stage star venerates could not make it here, yet a venerate came. This was truly surprising. Humph! He probably relied on some treasure to rush all the way here. I'm afraid he's a relative of some sex elder. Let him fend for himself. The leader was a white-clad late-stage star venerate old man. He said coldly, "Let's continue on our way. Be more careful. Everything here is very strange. We might lose our lives at any moment." Clearly, this group of people's destination was also the demonic clouds. However, Shao Chen's SS, and Shao Chen followed him on. Chen's Tian Chen's SS. He Chen's King Dragonling Chen's S off. See Sect King with Chin King, S Tian Chen star. Shao Chen passed through a dense forest without any mishaps. Then, a boundless grassland appeared before his eyes. Every blade of grass was about 1/2 meter long and as straight as a sword. When the wind blew, they did not move at all. This was very surprising. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen such straight grass. Indeed, even the wind cannot move them. Shao Chen frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. The saber intent in his body suddenly trembled slightly. This was a sign of danger. Sure enough, in the next moment, a cool breeze blew over. Bloody holes of various sizes silently appeared in the group of people in the front. Before they could say anything, they fell over. Immediately, the group fell into chaos. They all retreated, using veritable essence energy to protect themselves and drawing their weapons. It was a sword. The wind contained the sword intent that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind when he was alive. This vast grassland was the manifestation of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's sword intent. The people who fell were not just swept away by the wind. While they were clicking their tongues in wonder, the sword intent had already started to silently invade them. Xiao Qin could not help feeling his hair stand on end. Could it be that the saber intent in his body was trembling uncontrollably? It turned out that it was clashing with the sword intent. How terrifying! No matter how insignificant a swordsman's sword intent was, it was still incredibly sharp, ferocious, and tyrannical. Xiao Qin had never heard of a sword intent that could be so gentle, silent, and yet not losing its sharpness. Just how powerful must such a sword Dao be? It was simply unimaginable. Someone started to make a move, sending out a large fire, wanting to burn all the sword grass away. Who knew? It would have been better if the sword grass had not been burned. Now that it was burned, something major happened. A strong wind blew. The boundless sword intent hidden in the wind covered the sky and sun as it surged over. It was a sword wind. However, no one could tell whether it was a sword wind or a sword hidden in the wind. As the sword wind surged over, everyone panicked. Several people immediately took out their Dao tools. They could not even take care of themselves. Occasionally, miserable cries rang out as the sword wind pierced their bodies. The sword intent tore apart their bones, flesh, and blood, inflicting incredible pain. Boom! Amid this chaotic scene, a person roared at the sky. A resplendent and dazzling saber, intent, soared into the clouds. Xiao Chen did not draw his saber. A halo of great Dao energy appeared behind him. He did not panic in the face of danger. He used his saber intent to clash with the sword wind. Xiao Chen charged forward ferociously, the Dao halo protecting him as he clashed with the sword wind. Metallic clangs rang out, sounding exceptionally melodious and resounding in the surroundings. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen had reached the very front. As the others panicked, it looked like he was about to break through the sword wind. What a strong saber intent! Great Dao energy! This youth is not simple. He actually comprehended the saber Dao's great Dao energy. To think that I could not tell earlier. If I can get on his good side and get him to bring me out, it might not be impossible. Before the envious gazes of the many experts, Xiao Chen relied on his strong saber Dao cultivation to advance bit by bit. Young man, I can tell that you still have energy to spare. Give us a hand. The eyes of the leader, the white-clad old man, flickered as he looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin turned his head back and said indifferently, "Sorry, I can tell that Senior is doing this with ease as well. Clearly, you still have energy to spare. It does not look like you need help." This old fellow was very shrewd. As a late-stage star venerate, as long as he paid the price, he could break through this sword wind quickly. The white-clad old man wanted to rely on flattery to get Xiao Qin to work hard for him foolishly. There was no such thing as that. As the white-clad old man spoke, Xiao Qin broke through the sword wind. He switched to his great Dao energy. An electric light flickered around his body as he instantly executed Thunder Dragon Steps. Thunder Great Dao. When the white-clad old man saw Xiao Qin bring out another great Dao energy, he hesitated for a moment before dismissing some of his thoughts. After passing through the huge sword wind and stopping on this grassy plain, Xiao Qin looked around. However, he did not rush. Every stalk of sword grass was extremely valuable. Xiao Qin wondered if he should take all the sword grass away. If others knew what Xiao Qin was thinking, they would definitely call him a lunatic. In the green grassland, the sword intent was invading his body at every moment. Every moment he stayed here was an additional risk. He could not wait to leave. How could he stop and think about these sword grass? However, Xiaoqin was different. His saber Dao's great Dao energy had already reached an extremely deep level. Although it could not compare to the sword intent that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind, it did not reach the level of combining hardness and softness. However, with his divine dragon war body, he could barely protect himself. As Xiao Chen observed in secret, he discovered something interesting. The wind in the air did not come from the turbulence in the distance. Instead, it came from the sword grass themselves. In this boundless grassland, there were some sword grasses that would tremble slightly. The wind was coming from them. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense, continuously expanding it. He discovered a total of 7 such sword grass. Such strong sword grass could not be called simply. They were monarchs of swords, kings of grass. Calling them sword monarch grass would be more appropriate. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the closest sword monarch grass. Then he landed in the grass. The sword grass immediately pierced his body, covering him in wounds and blood. However, Xiao Chen did not care about these external wounds. He bent over and grabbed the root of the sword monarch grass. When it trembled slightly, he followed its rhythm and pulled out the sword monarch grass. Kassier! Kassier! The moment Xiao Chen pulled out the sword monarch grass, the sword grass within 500 kilometers immediately shattered like treasured swords, turning into shards flying everywhere. This caused some trouble for the demonic Dao cultivators behind, who were still enduring the sword wind. 1 hour later, all the sword grass in the entire grassy plain broke. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen obtained 7 sword monarch grass. Pu-ci! Suddenly, without any warning, 7 strands of sword light shot out of Xiao Chen's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Chen had stayed in the grassy plain for too long. His sword intent had accumulated to a certain level, resulting in an unavoidable sword wound. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's physical body was strong. Furthermore, his saber intent had been draining the sword intent, so he only suffered a sword wound of this level. If it were Pang Ran, he would definitely die. Worth it. As Xiao Chen looked at the 7 jade green sword monarch grass in his hand, he revealed a faint smile. Chapter 1816. With the 7 sword monarch herbs in hand, Xiao Chen showed joy on his face. A vast sword intent burst out of his hand, causing Xiao Chen's clothes and long hair to flutter continuously. As Xiao Chen held the sword monarch herbs tightly, he felt a chill. The sword intent that leaked out was only an insignificant portion of the vast sword intent of the sword monarch herbs. How strong! If I unleash this sword monarch herb, even a late-stage star venerate old monster would be instantly killed. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. However, he did not know if it could severely injure a holy venerate. After all, he had not fought a holy venerate before, so he could not make an accurate estimate. However, Xiao Chen, who had seen Yanji make a move before, had a rough idea. If the sword monarch herbs caught Xiao Chen off guard and the opponent did not understand the situation, they could definitely injure a holy venerate. It all depended on how severe the injury was. However, Xiao Chen could not use these sword monarch herbs right now. He needed to refine them properly. At the very least, he could not let them continue leaking sword intent. Such a waste would make one's heart ache. Xiao Chen raised his head and opened his heavenly eye. Then he swept his gaze around. After a while, he found a secluded place. Then he gently pushed off with his feet and flew over. After arriving at the secluded place, Xiao Chen laid a simple defensive formation. Then he started to use the heavenly flame to refine these sword monarch herbs. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen still had some injuries. He could take this opportunity to recuperate before departing. 3 days later, he successfully refined the sword monarch herbs. The half-meter-long sword soul grass was refined to the size of a palm. It looked very simple and unadorned. They looked very plain and looked like ordinary grass. However, their hardness was somewhat different. They were like thin, short swords. Xiao Chun infused his soul energy into them. After familiarizing himself with them, Xiao Qin could control them as he pleased. With a thought, the 7 sword monarch herbs layered over each other and turned into a beam of light dancing around Xiao Qin. With another thought, the 7 sword monarch herbs immediately separated, moving as he pleased and controlling them as he pleased. Withdraw! Xiao Qin spread his hand, and the 7 sword monarch grass were hidden in his sleeve, convenient and secretive. After being delayed for 3 days, his pace had slowed down a little, but Xiao Qin didn't mind. They were fast, but without sufficient trump cards and strength, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Moreover, no matter how fast you are, could you possibly be faster than Yan Zhe and Elder Chai? Thinking of them, Xiao Chen felt a wave of anger and a trace of helplessness. However, Xiao Chun vaguely felt that these two would come looking for him sooner or later. The Scarlet Blood War banner was no different from a fire stick in his hands. If the final inheritance still required the Scarlet Blood War banner, then the two would have to come back to look for him. This is... Xiao Qin, who was hurrying along, suddenly noticed a huge handprint on the ground in front of him. The area covered by the palm print was extremely vast. It was the size of a city. There were countless broken corpses lying on the ground, and many people were rummaging through those corpses. Several people gained a lot, feeling extremely shocked. It's the myriad Holy Church's experts. They were completely wiped out, killed by someone with one palm strike. How terrifying! Who exactly is this person? To think that he managed to destroy so many experts of the myriad Holy Church with just one palm strike. In the past, there were rumors that the myriad Holy Church was destroyed in one night. Now that I see it, I have no choice but to believe it. When Xiao Chen heard the discussions of the other cultivators in the palm print, he felt shocked as well. Soon he thought of something. It had to be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's remnant will. Back then, the myriad Holy Church must have discovered this forbidden land by coincidence. Then the myriad Holy Church mobilized the entire sect to attack. Unfortunately, they did not have the Scarlet Blood War banner and could not obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's acknowledgement. When the myriad Holy Church rashly attacked, they ran into the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's various backup plans and got completely wiped out. As for why this group of people managed to get here, although there were many hardships, it was because of the harsh environment in the first place. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King had not done this on purpose. Otherwise, all of them would have died. It could only be said that Xiao Chen used the Scarlet Blood War banner to open this forbidden land, allowing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's remnant will to withdraw. After all, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King wanted to pass down his treasures, not kill every cultivator who barged into this place. Xiao Chen leaped over the palm print. Along the way, he saw all sorts of corpses. These corpses all died in special environments. They were injured by sword qi, which could only be attributed to carelessness. 7 days later, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the place where the demonic clouds churned. Xiao Chen felt a huge pressure as he stood at the summit of the mountain where the demonic clouds churned. The demonic clouds materialized all sorts of terrifying, mysterious phenomena. There was a vast army of flood dragon, a flaming phoenix, a centipede, or an ox head. Just looking at them made one tremble in fear. This test before Xiao Chen was much stronger than the one at the entrance of the cave. This time, Xiao Chen could not rely on his speed to charge over unscathed like before. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's tests came one after another. Without the corresponding strength, one would not be qualified to obtain the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. If one died, one died. There was no one to blame. Xiao Qin took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he drove the primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core and charged over. Boom! The first to charge over was an ox-horned beast materialized by the demonic clouds. It roared ferociously and black, demonic flames burned on its hooves. This ox-horned beast charged at Xiao Chen with a tyrannical force. Its strength was no weaker than Si Xingjia's. Heaven and earth, boundless primal chaos. The 9 stars on Xiao Chen's primal core flickered, and 2 streams of veritable essence energy circulated wildly, forming a formless but unbreakable Taiji force field around Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen punched, the Taiji force field mixed with demonic qi, spiritual energy, and veritable essence energy exploded. The force of one punch shattered this ox-horned beast. Kill! 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 Xiao Chen moved like he was flying and punched like the wind. Fighting spirit surged in his heart. He did not stop at all, charging towards the summit. Everywhere Xiao Chen passed, the mountain path was littered with corpses. They were all cultivators who died under the relentless charge of the demonic clouds. There were also cultivators who persisted bitterly, making their way to the summit. Damn it! Who is this youth? He is so strong. He is really fast. Even the true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Dao sects are not as fast. To think that he is just a venerate. Damn, I really don't understand. Seeing Xiao Chen pass by them, these cultivators carefully moving forward were incredibly shocked. Since when did a primal core venerate become so much stronger than them? Star venerates. Halfway to the summit, Xiao Chen brought out the first saber Dao's great Dao energy. A dazzling saber light started flickering in his fist light. About 2/3 of the way, Xiao Chen activated the Thunder Great Dao. Aside from the resplendent saber light, his body started flickering with a dazzling electric light. With only the final 100 meters remaining, Xiao Chen activated half of his blue dragon bloodline and started to circulate his vital qi. Just like that, Xiao Chen grew increasingly ferocious. As he stepped on the corpses, he did not stop at all, passing the cultivators who persisted bitterly. Xiao Chen entered the surging demonic clouds. Clang! The instant Xiao Chen entered the demonic clouds, he did not hesitate to draw his tyrant saber and start a boundless massacre. He fought with all sorts of mutated beasts in the demonic clouds for 3 days. Then Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. His white robes looked spotless as he passed through the demonic clouds, standing proudly. In front of him was a shocking scene. He did not know how high the sky was or how deep the ground was in this vast space. It was like he stood in the starry heavens, feeling an unimaginable vastness. As the saying went, the world was as vast as one's heart was. In the center of the scarlet blood Pirate King's heart, Xiao Chen finally saw the true meaning of this saying. His heart was vast, boundlessly vast. It was hard to imagine that this vast space was just a corner of the scarlet blood Pirate King's physical body. After a huge battle, when Xiao Chen saw this scene, he felt boundless shock. The legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King, seemed to be announcing that even if I die, you're still as insignificant as ants in my heart, insignificant. To be able to see such a scene, even if I do not obtain anything, it is worth it. As Xiao Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, he felt completely convinced. He did not feel any sense of defeat or helplessness. The vast space before Xiao Chen was not empty. There were more than 10,000 huge stone pillars in it. When Xiao Chen looked around, many of the stone pillars shone with treasure light and spiritual energy spreading out. Of course, this was accompanied by a boundless massacre and all sorts of intense battles. It looked like these stone pillars were treasure pillars. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures were hidden in these stone pillars. The cultivators who arrived earlier had already started fighting on the stone pillars. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. A clump of flame burned on the centermost stone pillar, illuminating the surroundings. The sky was filled with the radiance of the stars, flickering with resplendent light. A faux god flame. With one glance, Xiao Chen could tell the origin of that flame. Just to be careful, Xiao Chen leaped into the air and flew towards the stone pillar closest to him. Boom! The moment Xiao Chen raised his foot and stepped into the air, he felt like lightning struck him. It was like an invisible mountain fell on his back. This was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's lingering will. It contained boundless might and pressure, the faux god might. Great Tao energy of the divine dragon war body. Xiao Chen grunted. Enduring this pressure, he landed on the stone pillar with much difficulty and heaved a long sigh of relief. That was close. If I had not been careful and did not take big steps, I would have fallen. Thinking about this height and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's faux god might, I would have fallen. Once I fell, I would not be able to make a comeback, shattering my bones. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chen landed on the stone pillar, a treasure light flashed in the center of the stone pillar. Then a pile of spirit jades appeared on the platform. Above the spirit jades was an inherited Tao tool, giving off a dazzling treasure light. An inherited Tao tool! Before Xiao Chen could make a move, he saw many figures flying over. They were all the demonic Tao experts that barged in. These people were very strong. However, when they leaped up, several of them were caught off guard. The faux god might ruthlessly push them into the deep abyss. Miserable cries echoed in this vast world, inspiring fear. Whoosh! 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 In the end, only 4 or 5 people landed on the stone pillar where Xiao Chen was. After they landed, they eagerly launched themselves at the inherited Tao tool. However, a murderous intent shot into the sky. The sword light of the inherited Tao tool pierced the bodies of the people who flew over, causing them to die with grievances. Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. A glistening golden Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared in front of him, blocking all the sword lights for him. Restrictions. The inherited Tao tool would definitely have restrictions left by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. This restriction was simple and tyrannical, nothing fancy at all. It was just a strand of sword qi containing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Chapter 1817. After glancing at the 5 corpses on the stone pillar, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the inherited Tao tool. That was a spear, a treasure that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King casually obtained when he was alive. Clearly, he did not use it. Without touching it, Xiao Chen decided to give up after comprehending it for a while. The tyrant saber could not compare to Xiao Chen's tyrant saber, so he had to take the risk to remove the restrictions. This was simply a waste of time. However, there was no need to stand on ceremony with the spirit jades below. The restrictions on the spirit jades were not strong. Xiao Chen easily took them away. With a wave of his hand, he spent hundreds of thousands of medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao! With a leap, Xiao Chen landed on the stone pillar before him. A legacy Tao artifact and a pile of spirit jades appeared in the middle of the stone pillar. Similarly, Xiao Chen only took spirit jades. He wasted no time on the restrictions of the inherited Tao tools. Looking around, one could see that many of the battles on the stone pillars were for the sake of the inherited Tao artifacts. If you want to break the restrictions, you will not only have to deal with the sword qi that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind, but also the sneak attacks of the other cultivators. To be honest, it was indeed a waste of time. If the inherited Tao tool left behind was stronger than the Tyrant Saber, it might be able to stop Xiao Chen. If it wasn't as strong as the Overlord Blade, there was no need to waste time on it. He took the spiritual jades and left. Compared to the others who were excited and risking their lives, they might not even be able to obtain an inherited Tao artifact. Xiao Chen appeared to be much more carefree. He landed on a platform and collected the spirit stones. As more and more people passed through the demonic clouds, it was obvious that the battles on the stone pillars would become more and more intense. However, Xiao Chen also discovered something else. The further in he went, the more he looked, the more he felt. The faux god might that Xiao Chun received became stronger. At the start, he only needed to pay attention. Otherwise, the faux god might would not push him into the deep abyss. But gradually, even though he had the intention, every step he took was filled with trepidation. What looked like a game of hopscotch had turned into a gamble with one's life. No one could have predicted this. Xiao Qin wondered how strong the faux god's might would be when he jumped to the next stone pillar. However, everyone could predict that the deeper they jumped, the more valuable the treasures on the stone pillars would be. Xiao Qin, who had been collecting spirit stones, felt very moved. Now he casually collected more than 1,000,000 spirit jades. In the vast and empty world, a cry of despair suddenly reverberated. It turned out that a martial artist had decided to continue jumping. After being struck by the faux god might, Xiao Chun fell to the ground like a shot put. He executed all sorts of martial techniques, but they were all useless. The shrill screams continued for a long time before a heavy smack was heard. There was no need to look anymore. He had definitely been smashed into a pile of flesh and blood. This pressure was proportional. The faux god's might that one endured at the top of the stone pillar was fine. However, the lower one descended, the stronger the faux god's might. Up until now, no one had expected anything good to happen to them. This miserable cry echoed for a long time. Many of the cultivators who were about to jump felt a chill down their spines and hesitated. The place that seemed to be full of treasures had become a game for the brave. This was a test of one's heart and courage. One jump could separate life and death. This was especially so when one fell to their death. No cultivator would be willing to die in such a sullen manner. Naturally, Xiao Chun was not willing either. Whoosh! 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 Wind howled from behind. 4 or 5 people descended to the top of the stone pillar where Xiao Chun was. All of them were middle stage, venerate old men. Some were demonic, Dao, loose cultivators, and some were the upper echelon of 7-star pirate ships. As they looked at Xiao Qin, they all showed hostile expressions. Xiao Qin did not want to fight with them. He gently pushed off with his feet and stepped forward. "I'll send you off." Who knew? Someone behind suddenly attacked. The instant Xiao Chun jumped, that person laughed coldly and threw a palm strike. This prompted the others to follow suit. Several attacks immediately flew at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin cursed in his heart. However, he could not turn back now. At this critical moment of life and death, Xiao Qin could not afford to overthink. He had to face the strengthened faux god might and these killing moves later. He could not afford to get distracted at all. Before the huge pressure, Xiao Qin executed Thunder Dragon Steps to its limits. The 2 Dao might merged and did their best to neutralize the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's faux god might. Xiao Chun moved like lightning, quickly changing positions several times in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Qin narrowly dodged all the attacks of these old fogies. However, when he landed, he had already charged past several stone pillars and arrived before a stone pillar that Xiao Qin had not planned for. What a fellow! To think that he did not die. This youth is not simple. Hee. This is a good opportunity to test his limits. Otherwise, he would have purposely left. When we fought ferociously and were caught off guard, we would have fallen for his trap. It is good to chase him away. Seeing Xiao Chun avoid several stone pillars and go far away, the people who attacked were startled. What a strong treasure light! There are still people on it. The distant Xiao Qin showed a slightly startled expression. He discovered that there were already 3 people on the stone pillar. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun needed to climb the stone pillar. He could not hesitate at all. Steeling himself, Xiao Chun landed on it. He saw a white mask hovering in the center of the stone pillar. It looked exquisite and smooth like porcelain. Black, demonic qi wafted around the mask. The demonic qi was so dense that it looked like silk. Ancient black scriptures were written on the mask, looking exceptionally strange. "This is a soul tool." Xiao Chen's heart trembled, and he showed a slightly excited expression. Soul tools were also known as soul tools. Normally, only rank 6 sects were qualified to possess soul tools. As the name suggested, soul tools were treasures that were forbidden from being used during normal times for various reasons. Once used, it would shake the world and turn the tide. This soul tool before Xiao Qin was somewhat special. It did not look like an ordinary soul tool, but a mask. Mask-type secret treasures were rare in the first place. A soul tool mask would be even more attention-grabbing. Forging a soul tool was extremely difficult. To think that Xiao Chen wasted so many resources just to forge a mask. Xiao Qin had to admit that this was somewhat willful. The owner of this mask must have looked down on everyone when he was alive. He must have been a powerful overlord. The owner of this mask must have had countless rare resources. Otherwise, he would not have casually used them to forge a mask. Compared to the mask, secret treasures like sabers, swords, cauldrons, and bells were clearly more valuable. However, that was not certain. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing a secret treasure. His thoughts ran wild, causing him to short-circuit. "Hee. Young man, this is a soul tool. What do you think? It is beautiful, right?" 3 people stood in each corner of the stone pillar's platform. The one who spoke was a somewhat plump, middle-aged man. He smiled at Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen sensed for a while, and his heart sank slightly. This time, he had really jumped into a wolf's den. These 3 were peak late-stage Starvenerates. Their auras were exceptionally deep and distant. With one look, it was clear that they had been at this cultivation realm for a long time. Every one of them could be said to be unrivaled among Starvenerates. Unless a holy venerate appeared, it would be hard to suppress them. Aside from the middle-aged fatso, the other 2 were a pretty woman of indeterminate age and a cold, black-clad swordsman. The pretty woman looked at Xiao Qin and smiled charmingly. "What a handsome junior. Come to elder sister's side. Elder sister will explain to you what a soul tool is." The pretty woman smiled faintly, looking very charming. It was like thousands of flowers bloomed in Xiao Chen's heart, giving him a favorable impression out of nowhere. Charm technique? This is child's play. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. However, he did not know what to do about it. He seemed to have entered a situation that could erupt at any moment. Clearly, these 3 had been at a stalemate for a long time. None of them were confident of winning. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive, the eyes of the middle-aged fatso and the pretty woman lit up. They thought to themselves, "Here comes a stepping stone." The middle-aged fatso smiled and said, "Little brother, you must not go over. This flower beauty is the famous venomous widow. If the men who died under her skirt were piled up, they would be taller than this pillar. Ha ha ha! Damn you, fatso! How dare you expose this old lady's secret? Ha ha! Do you still need someone to expose your secret? You are already an old monster that has lived for several hundred years. You are really shameless to try to seduce this junior. So, little brother, come to my side. As the saying goes, fat people are kinda heart. This is definitely true." The middle-aged fatso's words were very vicious, angering the pretty woman so much that she wished she could kill him immediately. At the same time, the pretty woman giggled and invited Xiao Chen to stand with her. "Kassier." However, the cold swordsman did not say anything. He only drew his sword by 1 centimeter. A strand of resplendent and dazzling sword light instantly landed at Xiao Chen's feet, leaving a deep sword mark on this ancient stone pillar. Clearly, this was a threat to Xiao Chen, telling him not to move and not to go to any side. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked at the sword light at his feet. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I will not pick a side." Whoosh! However, right after Xiao Chen spoke, He stretched out his hand and pulled the soul treasure over. Chapter 1818. Of course, Xiao Chun would not choose a side. The soul tool was right before him. His thoughts were very simple. I have to obtain it. The instant the porcelain-like mask was sucked into Xiao Chen's hand, the strong restrictions in it immediately activated. A resonant sword hum rang out, and the mask burst out with a resplendent sword light. A terrifying might spread out from it. The sword qi, containing the scarlet blood pirate kings, will shot out in all directions. Kassier! Kassier! The sword light flashed everywhere, looking resplendent and dazzling. The middle-aged man, Fatso the pretty woman, and the cold swordsman were preparing to attack Xiao Qin. However, when the sword light arrived, they had no choice but to face the sword qi first. Xiao Qin had expected this long ago. The moment he touched the mask, he immediately let go and executed the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The restriction that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left on the soul tool was much stronger than an inherited Dao tool. The sword qi instantly pierced through the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, turning it into flames and scattering. Fortunately, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram blocked for a moment, giving Xiao Chun time to dodge. Xiao Qin tilted his body slightly and dodged. Qi. The sword qi left a mark on the right side of Xiao Chen's face, leaving a wound that leaked out blood. Compared to Xiao Qin, who was already prepared, the other three were caught off guard. This strand of sword qi nearly knocked them off the stone pillar. It was not over yet. The sword qi in the mask had yet to scatter. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will was in the mask. As long as that will did not scatter, the sword qi would remain forever. It would be rather difficult to subdue the soul tool just like that. Earlier, these three had been in a stalemate, not daring to act rashly. Clearly, there was a reason for this. However, Xiao Qin could not care so much. He grabbed the mask again and leaped towards the stone pillar behind him. Boom! With the support of the saber Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Chen's entire body burst out with a resplendent saber light and the sword light from the mask. An intense clash ensued. Boundless sword qi and saber qi overflowed in all directions. Boundless sword qi and saber qi spread out in all directions, forming terrifying saber winds and sword winds. What a powerful saber intent! The power of the great Dao. As expected, those who can reach this step are all simple people. If this goes on, the soul tool might really be subdued by him. Chase! The middle-aged Fatso, the beautiful woman, and the black-clad swordsman charged through the terrifying sword and saber winds, chasing after Xiao Qin. The moment he laid his eyes on the mask, Xiao Chun decided that he must obtain it at all costs. Xiao Chun was certain that the mysterious scripture on the mask had a great origin. As Xiao Chun retreated, he filled his entire body with great Dao energy, materializing a boundless saber intent. The mask continuously whittled down the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask. This was an exceptionally intense process. At every moment, Xiao Chun was engaged in a life and death battle. Every time the saber intent and sword intent collided, his internal organs churned and his entire body ached. The sword intent and saber intent rampaged in his body, testing Xiao Chen's physical body at every moment. Fortunately, Xiao Chun possessed dragon bones and a blue dragon bloodline. His recovery ability was extremely strong. Otherwise, this physical body would not last long before the rampaging sword intent and saber intent destroyed it. How can this fellow be so fast? Under the suppression of the faux god might, everyone's speed was less than half of their normal speed. The middle-aged Fatso could not help cursing, panting as he chased. Cold light chop! The cold, black-clad swordsman drew his sword, and a sword light infused with his will of soul quickly swept toward Xiao Qin. A chill suddenly arose. Xiao Qin glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a cold wind behind him. There was no sword light or sword intent. The sword hid in the wind, carrying the cold, swordsman's will of soul as he attacked. It was like a monarch of swords hiding in the wind, looking at Xiao Chun coldly. This swordsman sent out such a killing move without making a sound. This swordsman was really strong. Left without a choice, Xiao Chun grasped the mask with his left hand and turned around to send out a saber strike. Whoosh! The scabbard flew out and punched a large hole in the formless cold wind. Then a saber light flashed. In an instant, Xiao Chun brought out 80% of the tyrant saber's might. With a loud boom, the cold wind scattered in all directions, turning into thousands of sword lights that shot out in all directions. He broke it. The cold swordsman felt slightly stunned. After a while, he noticed the saber in Xiao Chen's hand. An inherited Dao tool, the saber of misfortune. No wonder. No wonder. The cold swordsman said no wonder twice in a row, clearly finding it strange. To think that someone could obtain the recognition of this saber. This was simply incredible. Those who understood the history of the tyrant saber would look at Xiao Chun with the same expression as this cold swordsman after recognizing the tyrant saber. Die. While Xiao Chun made his move, the pretty woman's attack also arrived. A palm wind containing an extravagant fragrance pressed down on Xiao Chun. The palm energy was soft and gentle, looking very soft. The pretty woman easily dodged Xiao Chen's saber and headed for Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chun let go. The tyrant's saber fell to the ground and stabbed into a stone pillar. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and stored up force. A dragon roar resounded, and Xiao Chun gathered dragon might. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a fist light containing 20 cauldron force clashed with the soft palm wind. The pretty woman was immediately sent flying by Xiao Chun. However, her soft palm energy was like a venomous snake that barged into Xiao Chen's body. Intense pain came from Xiao Chen, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Then he held up the tyrant's saber and continued to retreat. Little fellow, why don't you know how to show mercy to the fairer sex? The pretty woman smiled charmingly and gently drifted to the ground. After resting for a while, she continued to give chase. The middle-aged man, Fatso, was one step too slow and could not attack Xiao Chen. However, he was happy to see Xiao Chen exhaust the other two. As Xiao Chun gave chase, he had to deal with the two's harassment and were down the scarlet blood pirate kings while on the mask. Danger lurked at every step, making him very passive and unbearable. If he got careless, he would fall into the deep abyss and shatter all his bones. However, Xiao Chun already made up his mind. He had to obtain this mysterious mask no matter the cost. I have to fight. I have to fight. Damn it. That brat is charging over. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's aura startled a group of old men who attacked him earlier. The 4 old fogies were currently fighting intensely. None of them wanted to admit defeat, wanting to collect the inherited Dao tools on the stone pillars. When they suddenly saw Xiao Chen arrive, they were startled and quickly stopped. I just knew that this brat was up to no good and would definitely charge back. Indeed, that was the case. He is too sinister. Later, we will attack together and make him stay. The 4 old men started to make false accusations. Not only did they sneak attack Xiao Chen, but they also placed the blame on Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen, who was fleeing for his life, saw that he had returned to his original spot, he felt slightly stunned. However, the 3 old men behind him were chasing too closely, so he could not care too much. Xiao Chen leaped up firmly and landed on the stone pillar. That is, when the 4 old men who were preparing to attack Xiao Chen saw the mask in Xiao Chen's hand give off a strong might and pressure, they were stunned. Before the 4 old men could react, Xiao Chen's saber intent clashed with the mask's sword intent again. Whoosh! 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 Amid the dazzling lights, saber lights and sword lights danced around. The four old men cried out miserably and used all their means to barely stand firm at the edge of the stone pillar. The saber lights and sword chi cut the four old men until they were covered in blood, a cruel sight to behold. They were so frightened that their hearts thumped heavily, pounding endlessly as they panted heavily. However, before the four old men could catch their breaths, the cold swordsman landed on the stone pillar. The moment his strong sword intent landed, it surged out. The four old men, standing at the edge of the stone pillar, let out startled cries. Their bodies wobbled, looking like they would fall into the deep chasm at any moment. The black-clad swordsman ignored the four old men. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qin, continuing to give chase. Following that, the pretty woman landed. A fragrance spread out, tugging at one's heartstrings. The four old men, who were bitterly enduring, felt dizzy. The four old men complained in their hearts. After the pretty woman left and the middle-aged fatso landed, the four finally stopped struggling. They could no longer complain. When the middle-aged fatso landed, the stone pillar trembled visibly. The four old men, who were struggling bitterly, cried out miserably as they fell into the deep chasm. Only 30% remains. As Xiao Qin flew, he felt the remnant scarlet blood pirate kings will on the mask slowly weaken. For the first time, the scarlet blood pirate king saber intent was at a disadvantage. This was great news. Xiao Qin became a little calmer as he dealt with the harassment from the cold swordsman and the beautiful woman. It was no longer as dangerous as before, as if he would step into the gates of hell at any moment. This kid seems to be about to subdue that mask. The indifferent swordsman, who had been expressionless, could not help but feel a little anxious. The movement technique Xiao Qin displayed was clearly stronger than the three of them. In this vast space, no matter how powerful the three of them were, they would not be able to trap Xiao Qin. No, I have to take a gamble. 1/10. Only a tenth of the sword intent remained on the mask. Xiao Qin was completely at ease. Xiao Qin's saber intent completely suppressed the white mask's sword intent. Just a moment more, and he would be able to subdue this white mask. But at this moment, Xiao Qin felt a strong sense of danger, the shadow of death looming over his head. At this moment, if Xiao Qin stubbornly persisted and continued to split his attention to suppress the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings, well, in the mask, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King would die. In the next moment, he would definitely die. Xiao Qin glanced back and happened to see the cold swordsman hovering in the air, turning into a cold moon that lit up the surroundings. Someone in the moon roared with a sword in hand. Xiao Qin looked around, and a pair of incredibly cold eyes appeared in the cold moon. This person happened to meet Xiao Qin's gaze. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, this swordsman's senses are really too sharp. If Xiao Qin waited another moment, he would be able to subdue this mask and escape unscathed. However, this swordsman chose to clash head-on with Xiao Qin at this moment. Xiao Qin looked around. On the other side, the middle-aged man, Fatso, and the beautiful woman were quickly approaching. Xiao Qin immediately made up his mind. Go all out. He could not stop subduing the mask. Once he missed this great opportunity, he would not get it again. It was rare for one to risk one's life. Xiao Qin had never been afraid of risking his life. Making up his mind, Xiao Qin immediately increased the speed at which he subdued the mask. 2 wheels of great Tao energy spread out behind him. Xiao Qin's 9-star primal core lit up, and the Taiji force field suddenly took form. The tyrant saber in Xiao Qin's hand spat out electric light. Saber intent soared into the clouds, flickering endlessly with electric light. Crack! However, just as the two were about to clash, the cold moon in the sky suddenly shattered. The cold swordsman's physical body shattered into pieces, and he died on the spot, losing all signs of life. Holy Venerate! The middle-aged man, Fatso, and the beautiful woman trembled in fright. Then they quickly turned and fled. Yen just slowly appeared amid the shattered moonlight. He sheathed his sword and looked at Xiao Chan with a smile. "Little brother Chin, big brother saved your life again." Chapter 1819. The moment the cold moon shattered, Xiao Chen happened to neutralize the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings while in the mask. Xiao Chen was first startled when he saw Yen appear. Then he quickly and stealthily put the mask away into his storage ring. "Big brother, you've come at the right time. May I know why you've come?" Now that he faced Yen again, Xiao Chen had a plan in mind. His expression was calm and unperturbed as he asked indifferently. Yen did not care. He landed in front of Xiao Chen and pointed to the stone pillar in the center. "Little brother Xiao Chen, do you see that stone pillar? The faux god flame burning on it contains the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance." The faux god flame. Naturally, Xiao Chen had already discovered that this faux god flame was different from the one he obtained in the underground dragon city. His life force was also exceptionally strong. His flames were exuberant, and his divinity was abundant. The underground dragon city's faux god flame was severely depleted due to the constant suppression of the Black Dragon King. When Xiao Chen had obtained it, it had been on the verge of extinction. The memories he had inherited were only fragments. His memories were blurred, and he was missing a lot. The faux god flame mainly helped Xiao Chen comprehend the complete will of soul at the major primal core realm. This faux god flame before Xiao Chen was filled with divine nature. He would probably be able to perfectly inherit the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's memories from when he was alive, all the memories of a legendary pirate king, be it the cultivation techniques he cultivated. This was the true Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, as well as the various battles he experienced and everything he saw. Even if all the treasures on the stone pillars were added up, they would not be as tempting as the faux god flame. This was because it was clear that obtaining these treasures would not help one become a strong faux god like the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. At best, it would allow one to break through the shackles of the Cloud Sea realm and become a divine vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, after obtaining the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and all the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's memories, it is very likely that you will become the next Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Right now, the elders and true disciples of the three great devil sects, the captain of the Silver Fox pirate ship, and the other holy sages have all rushed to that place. Unfortunately, no one can approach the stone pillar where the divine flame resides. A trace of pity flashed in Yen's eyes. He and Elder Chai were the first to arrive. Unfortunately, after trying in all directions, the two of them still couldn't get close to the stone pillar where the divine flame was located. By the time the two remembered Xiao Chen, the other Holy Venerate experts, and the disciples that rivaled Holy Venerates had all rushed over. He lost the initiative just like that, and it caused Yenja to be rather vexed. Now, even if he brought Xiao Chen over, the possibility of him monopolizing the faux god flame was close to zero. The situation was out of control, and it was no longer something he could control. If Xiao Chen wanted to drag things out until the sovereign personage experts of the three great demonic Dao sects arrived, it would be even more hopeless. Now he could only make a Hail Mary effort and bring Xiao Chen back. Controlling Xiao Chen was the only advantage that Xiao Chen had. Although he didn't reveal everything, Xiao Chen could guess the gist of the matter from a few words. He could only say 2 words. "Serves you right." The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was smart and full of schemes. However, he could not do anything before the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's strength. This strengthened Xiao Chen's resolve. Before the strong, schemes were all meaningless. Not to mention how strong the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was when he was alive. Just the various means he used after his death showed that they were all open schemes and no schemes. However, this left Yenja, who was full of schemes, at his wits' end at a loss. Had he brought Xiao Chen over from the start, he would not have had to worry so much. The situation would not have turned out like this. However, it was already too late for Yen Zhe to regret it now. Xiao Chun looked at Yen Zhe and said, "So, big brother Yen thinks that the Scarlet Blood War banner is the key? However, without me, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's war banner is just an ordinary war banner. Useless." When Yen Zhe heard that, he showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. "You can say that. Don't worry. As long as you stand with me, Senior Chai and I will definitely let you obtain a satisfactory harvest from the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left here. The strength of this faux god flame before us surpasses our expectations. Honestly speaking, with your strength, you will not be able to obtain the inheritance." Even now, this Yen Zhe was still trying to dupe Xiao Qin, trying to get Xiao Qin to help him willingly. This would increase the chances of obtaining the faux god flame by 1 point. With Xiao Qin's help and Senior Chai's and Yen Zhe's strength, the chances of obtaining the faux god flame would indeed be the highest. Xiao Qin's heart was as clear as a mirror. This person before him was extremely hypocritical and ruthless. Xiao Qin had already seen through him long ago, and naturally would not fall for it. He said, "Big brother Yen, please lead the way." Seeing that Xiao Qin's expression did not change, Yen Zhe rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "Good, it is settled then. I'll bring you over." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yen Zhe used the will of soul of a holy venerate to forcefully resist the faux god might. Then he led Xiao Qin through the many stone pillars, moving quickly. Such speed was simply startling. As they passed by some stone pillars, people still fought intensely over the soul tools. Yen Zhe's expression did not change at all. The faux god flame was a great temptation before him. With the great temptation of the faux god flame before him, the soul tools here paled in comparison. Compared to the value of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's faux god flame, a soul tool was simply not worth it. Furthermore, subduing a soul tool was not easy. If one spent the effort on a soul tool, one would have to give up on the fight for the faux god flame. Hence, a strange scene could be seen. There were about 10 soul tools in this place. However, the ones fighting the most intensely were the late-stage Star Venerate experts. They fought to the death as they carefully broke the restrictions. None of the holy venerates fought for these soul tools. Their target was the faux god flame. Before I came earlier, I seemed to have sensed the aura of a soul tool. Did you snatch a soul tool from that group of people? Yen just suddenly asked casually. This startled Xiao Qin, but his expression did not change at all. Big brother, Yen must be joking. It is just a peak inherited Dao tool. What's wrong? Is Big brother Yen interested? I'll take it out and show it to Big brother Yen. Haha, how can that be? I was just casually asking. Yen just smiled magnanimously and did not say anything more. In reality, Yen Zhe also felt that it was unrealistic for Xiao Qin to subdue a soul tool. Yen Zhe had seen that even if several star venerates worked together, they would have difficulty breaking the restrictions. Furthermore, Xiao Qin was a major primal core venerate. How could he withstand the restrictions on a soul tool? Yen Zhe probed Xiao Qin a little and stopped asking. If it really was a soul tool, Yen Zhe would not hesitate to fall out with Xiao Qin and force it out. With a soul tool in hand, even if Yen Zhe could only bring out 10% of its might, his chances of obtaining the faux god flame would increase significantly. However, no matter what, Yen Zhe could not imagine that Xiao Qin did obtain a soul tool. However, the soul tool in Xiao Qin's hand was somewhat special. It was not an offensive soul tool. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King had obtained it by chance. He had not studied it thoroughly, only treating it as an ordinary soul tool. The restrictions on it were not as strong as those of other soul tools that focused on offense. Furthermore, Xiao Qin's cultivation of the Saber Dao was abnormally horrifying. He also had the divine dragon war body and the blue dragon bloodline. With a fortuitous encounter, he managed to break the restrictions. If it were anyone else, even a holy venerate, it would not be easy to break the restrictions on this mask. Just how to neutralize that sword intent was enough of a headache. Furthermore, when the sword intent injured the physical body, dealing with it would be even more difficult. If one was not careful, the sword intent could take over the life force of the physical body and kill the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's restrictions. Boom! Suddenly, extremely strong auras came from the front. Even Xiao Chen's expression changed involuntarily. Even the weakest of these auras was terrifyingly strong. Without a doubt, these were either experts equal to holy venerates or holy venerates themselves. Their target was only one, the faux god flame. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that these people were mostly in groups of 3 to 5, occupying a stone pillar. No one touched the soul tools on the stone pillars or the spirit jades under the soul tools. Everyone's gazes landed on the brightest stone pillar in front, looking fervently at the clump of flame burning on it. That was the faux god flame that represented the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Chapter 1820. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the sky, filled with dazzling sparks. As it approached the divine flame pearl, it was violently jolted back. His face was pale, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was one of unwillingness as he landed on his stone pillar. A banner embroidered with a silver fox hung on that stone pillar. A group of unruly star venerates with surging, killing chi gathered around the banner. The space between their brows was filled with hostility. With one look, one could tell that they were ruthless pirates who had killed countless people. It still won't work. Even a sovereign personage would not be able to break through the faux god might here, said the middle-aged man indignantly after he landed on the ground. This man was the pirate overlord of the Infinite Star Sea, the captain of the Silver Lake Pirate Group, also known as Holy Sage Silver Fox. As Xiao Qin stood beside Yanjia, he sized up the surroundings. He was somewhat surprised to discover some familiar people. The one in the lead was the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's young master, O Jinyun, whom Xiao Qin had met in the pirate hull. He was the one who had sold the black tortoises, shell to him. He was also the one who sent people to kill him. This fellow occupied a stone pillar alone, not even bothering to look at the spirit jades and soul tools on it. He stared at the pillar of divine fire, his eyes full of desire and the flames of ambition flickering in them. The true inheritors of the Fantasy Cloud sect surrounded him, each occupying a stone pillar by themselves. They occupied an area and had a holy venerate elder overseeing it. Their overall strength was extremely strong. However, even if these true inheritors were from the same sect, there would definitely be intense competition for the faux god flame. The situation of the other two great demonic Dao sects, the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Blood Demon Palace, was similar. The true disciples each occupied a stone pillar. The old acquaintance, Yang Feng, was also here. It wasn't surprising that Lin Yin was delayed by a few days to subdue the Imperial Sword Herb. Along the way, he had cleared the checkpoints alone, so it was normal for this person to be ahead of him. Other than that, there were also some wandering cultivators who formed groups of 2s and 3s. Like the Silver Fox, the other two 7-star pirate gangs in the Infinite Star Sea, the Bloody Shadow Pirate Gang and the Fierce Gale Pirate Gang, also raised their banners and gathered in one direction. Xiao Yan brought Xiao Qin and landed on the stone pillar where Elder Chai was. "Young man, we meet again," Elder Chai said with a fake smile when he saw Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin answered with a grunt. There was also a pile of spirit jades on this stone pillar. A soul tool hovered above the spirit jades. Superior grade spirit jades. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Qin discovered that the stone pillars surrounding the divine flame pillars were all filled with superior grade spirit jades. Compared to medial grade spirit jades, superior grade spirit jades were of much higher quality. One superior grade spirit jades was equivalent to thousands or even tens of thousands of medial grade spirit jades. Even in the great thousand realms, there were pitifully few spirit veins that could produce superior grade spirit jades. Moreover, without exception, they were all occupied by some holy lands, dynasties, and rank 7 sects. Xiao Chun wondered what this group of people was thinking. There was a pile of superior grade spirit jades before them, yet they treated it like nothing. Xiao Qin kept staring at the faux god flame. It was like if he focused on the superior grade spirit jades, the faux god flame would brush past him if he delayed. Yan Zhe and Elder Chai spoke in low voices. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with them. He directly started to break the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades. Compared to the medial grade spirit jades from before, the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades were much stronger. However, they were definitely not as strong as the restrictions on the soul tools. It was only a matter of time before Xiao Qin broke them. Boom! The sword intent soared into the clouds. Such a strange movement immediately startled the surrounding people staring at the faux god flame. Yan Zhe, when did you sneak back here again? The Silver Fox pirate group's captain's gaze lingered on Xiao Qin for only a moment before shifting to Yan Zhe, who had returned. Hee, you even brought along a young man who is greedy for money. Ha ha ha, he is only a major primal core venerate. I wonder if the restrictions will shake him to death. Yan Zhe, aren't you going to help? When the pirates spoke, they were very carefree. As they looked at Xiao Chen's actions, their eyes filled with disdain. Anyone with some experience here would not care about superior grade spirit jades compared to the faux god flame. Superior grade spirit jades were simply nothing. Even if Xiao Chen wanted to make a move, it would be more reliable to obtain the soul tools. Collecting the spirit jades made others look down on him. Everyone here had status. If they were not holy venerates, they were true inheritors of rank 6 sections. Their experience was not low. Yan just showed a slightly embarrassed expression. He had not expected Xiao Qin to suddenly make a move on this pile of spirit jades. However, he discovered that Xiao Qin did not care at all, continuing to break the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades. Little brother Qin, I'll help you collect these spirit jades later. There is no rush. Yan Zhe coughed twice and looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen said casually, it's fine. Go about your business. In any case, you are just standing around. It's you. 2 people in the crowd showed shock in their eyes. One of them burned with rage, and the other showed a murderous intent in his eyes. Naturally, the one burning with rage was Yongfeng. He turned his head and said to the leading elder of the Heavenly Eagle Castle, Elder Gao, he is the white-robed mad demon who killed my sect's core disciples. With 2 holy venerates by Xiao Chen's side, naturally, Yongfeng did not dare to make a move. He could only turn his gaze to the Heavenly Eagle Castle's holy venerate elder. Ha! Is he also the person who kicked junior brother Fei Yang? The other true inheritor of the Heavenly Eagle Castle mocked softly. Elder Gao and the top true inheritor of the sect, Long Tingyu, stood on a stone pillar. Long Tingyu opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. Elder, this person is somewhat strange. If he is useless, Yanzhi would not have brought him here for no reason. We can test him. Elder Gao sent a voice projection. That is exactly what I was thinking. Elder Gao raised his gaze and fixed it on Yanzhi. Captain Yan, please hand over this person beside you. He killed more than 10 of my Heavenly Eagle Castle's core disciples. If you do not hand him over, the Heavenly Eagle Castle will treat you as an accomplice. Yan Zhe, this fellow also killed my Fantasy Cloud sect's core disciples and several outer administrators. His crimes are unforgivable. If you do not hand him over today, my Fantasy Cloud sect will treat you as an accomplice as well. Just as Elder Gao finished speaking, the voice of the illusory Cloud sect's leading elder rang out. The situation immediately turned interesting. 2 great demonic Dao sects actually wanted people at the same time. Yan Zhou immediately felt a headache coming on. Since when did this Xiao Chen create such a huge problem? Before Yan Zhi could plan how to use Xiao Chen, someone already targeted him. Yan Zhi turned his head to look at Xiao Chen. He saw that Xiao Chen was still anxiously breaking the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades as if nothing had happened. Damn it! This bastard's ability to cause trouble is really heaven-defying. Previously, Xiao Chen helped me destroy the Silver Fox pirate group's young master. This time he actually offended 2 great demonic Dao sects at the same time. Could it be that he wants me to help him deal with this? Yan Zhi looked at Senior Chai. However, Senior Chai remained expressionless as he said indifferently, "It has already come to this. No matter how you plan, it is already too late. Just say it in advance. The sooner you say it, the better." Yan Zhou immediately cursed in his heart. He knew that this Senior Chai had no intention of competing for the faux god flame. He mainly wanted some natural treasures that could extend one's life. There was no need to worry too much. 2 great demonic Dao sects wanted to cause trouble at the same time, and Senior Chai expressed his neutrality. After thinking for a while, Yan just suddenly smiled and said, "This Yan has no connection with this little brother. I only brought him here because of some fortuitous encounters." At this crucial moment, Yan Zhi made a decision. He could not offend the 2 great demonic Dao sects for Shaoqin. The 2 great demonic Dao sects were horrifying factions with sovereign personages and many holy venerate elders. They were much stronger than 7-star pirate groups. Yan Zhi could not afford to take this blame. Xiao Qin, who was currently breaking the restrictions, revealed a mocking smile. He was not surprised. It was already very impressive that this cheap big brother of his could act for so long. In that case, why are you still not handing him over? The 2 demonic Dao sect elders pressed forward with an aggressive aura. Yan just smiled and said, "I really cannot hand him over. He is the one who opened the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. He is the only one who can break through the faux god might and enter the treasure pillar with the divine flame." What? The moment Yan just said that, a huge commotion immediately broke out. Some of the people who originally did not care about this matter focused their gazes on Shaoqin. The person who could enter the treasure pillar with a divine flame and break the stalemate was a major primal core venerate? Or was he the one who opened the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove? That was impossible. There were so many of them, older generation holy venerates and outstanding talents of the demonic Dao sections, who knew how many methods they had tried. All of them returned empty-handed. An insignificant major primal core venerate could enter the treasure pillar with the divine flame? Many questions gathered in everyone's mind. Only one word appeared in everyone's mind: disbelief. The elders of the 2 great devil sects were also shocked. They didn't expect that after a round of interrogation, they would actually get such a result. Words are no proof. "Captain Yan, you have to prove it," Elder Gao said coldly as he stared at Yan Zhi. Yan Zhi felt helpless that the situation had turned out like this. However, at this point, he could not be bothered to overthink it. He only hoped to break the stalemate quickly. Given his and Senior Chai's strength, they still had a high chance of obtaining the faux god flame. Senior Chai's strength was even more terrifying than many people imagined. As long as he was around, Yan Zhi had a 60% chance of success. It was worth a gamble. However, if this continued and the demonic Dao sect sovereign personages arrived, Senior Chai would not be strong enough, and Yan Zhi would not have any hope. "Little brother Xiao, this is your only chance to preserve your life. Prove it to everyone." Yan Zhi took out the Scarlet Blood War banner and handed it to Xiao Qin. Xiao! Qin did not turn around or care about Yan Zhi. He continued to break the restrictions on the superior grade spirit stones. Yan Zhi showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Everyone's gazes were focused on this place. However, Xiao Qin still acted like nothing had happened. All he cared about was the superior grade spirit stones. No one knew what Xiao Qin was thinking. Brat, quickly prove that you opened the Scarlet Blood War treasure trove. Quickly, if you can climb the pillar with the divine flame, I'll give you 10,000 superior grade spirit jades. As long as you can remove the faux god mite, I'll give you 100,000 superior grade spirit jades. Although Xiao Chen was not in a rush, the group of Holy Venerate experts became anxious. Some of the unruly pirates even could not hold back and showed signs of snatching Xiao Qin away. Just as everyone's patience reached its limit, Xiao Qin finally subdued the pile of superior grade spirit jades and slowly turned around. Xiao Qin glanced at Yanjia, then at the anxious crowd. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone hopes that I can climb the pillar with the divine flame, I will not stand on ceremony." Chapter 1821. Someone needed to break this stalemate, especially someone who was only a major primal core venerate. This was because such a cultivation would not be able to endure the inheritance of the faux god flame. If one's cultivation was too low, their soul would explode. Most importantly, in their opinion, Xiao Qin was a major primal core venerate. So what if he could climb the divine flame pillar? He could still kill him if he wanted to. If it was someone else, such as Yen, Jia, or Elder Chai, the situation would definitely be different. The instant Xiao Chen received the Scarlet Blood War banner, his aura suddenly changed. The war banner flapped loudly, giving off a faint scarlet light. The situation suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's body seemed to be covered by a layer of invisible light, becoming the main character of this space. It made people unable to ignore him and uncontrollably focus their attention on Xiao Qin. Kacha Kacha, the flags of the 3 7-star pirate crews started to tremble violently. Cracks even appeared on the flagpoles. He really obtained the acknowledgement of the Scarlet Blood War banner. Quickly put away the Silver Fox War banner. The Silver Fox Holy Venerate's expression changed drastically. Daring to raise his flag before the legendary pirate kings, war flag was undoubtedly a form of mockery. There was naturally a price to pay for mocking the King War banner. Blood Shadow and Violent Gale, the 2 great pirate groups, also hurriedly put away their war flags. If they persisted, the war banner would definitely be damaged under such pressure. A strong aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Standing beside Xiao Qin, Yen, Jia, Senior Chai, and the others frowned slightly. With a light tap of his feet, he landed on another stone pillar. At this moment, there was no need for him to prove himself. When Xiao Chen grasped the war banner, everyone believed Yen Jia's words. The Scarlet Blood treasure was indeed Xiao Chen's. There was indeed only one person who could climb the treasure pillar of divine fire. Ha ha ha! Yen Jia, you didn't lie after all. Brat, hurry up and ascend the divine flame pillar. Take out the faux god flame. The Blood Shadow pirate group's captain could not help but laugh loudly. The stalemate continued for a long time. The various holy venerates present all tried countless methods. However, they were unable to climb the divine flame pillar. Now that hope was right before their eyes, they were all extremely excited. Junior, what are you waiting for? Quickly climb the treasure pillar with the divine flame and retrieve the faux god flame for us. Why are you dilly-dallying? Do you want to die? Hurry up, or I'll kill you. All kinds of impatient noises could be heard, and all kinds of angry words were directed at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin sneered in his heart. His expression was calm and indifferent. This won't do. Before I go up, I have to leave a restriction on his body. Unlike the others, Yanjia knew that Xiao Chen was not as simple as he looked. He was not an ordinary major primal core venerate. If he was allowed to ascend the pillar of divine fire, something uncontrollable might happen. It was necessary to leave a countermeasure in case anything went wrong. Xiao Chen's expression did not change, but he frowned slightly. Yanja had completely shed his disguise. That's right. It's good to leave a restriction behind, lest that little bastard try anything funny. You, Yanja, can leave a restriction in his body. Our Heavenly Eagle Castle. Right after Yanja spoke, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's Yangfeng immediately chimed in. Right, that's right. Our Fantasy Cloud sect needs to leave a restriction in his body as well. Ojinun said coldly as his eyes flickered. That makes sense. Our Fantasy Cloud sect needs to leave a restriction in his body as well. Ha ha ha. Of course. Our Blood Shadow Pirate Group needs to leave a restriction in his body as well. Ha ha ha. Of course, my Silver Fox Pirate Group can't miss out on such a thing. After Yen just stirred up trouble, he immediately got people to speak up one after another, saying that they wanted to leave a restriction in Xiao Chen's body as well. The 4 holy venerates and the various true inheritors all looked at Xiao Chen like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There was no respect in their eyes at all, and their words were impudent. Interesting. All of you are shouting so happily. When did I agree to your request? To ask you to leave a restriction in my body? Amidst the clamor, a bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Chen's gaze swept through the surroundings, passing through the faces of the people making a fuss. As Xiao Chen's cold gaze drifted around, the clamor slowly calmed down. Humph, are you qualified to retort? You are just a mere major primal core venerate, and you dare to be so unbridled before us? Don't forget that your life is still in the hands of our Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect. When Yangfeng saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he raged in his heart. He continued coldly, You trash. Don't think of playing any tricks. I told you to be obedient, so be obedient. Don't think that you are the reincarnation of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King just because of this. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and fixed it on Yangfeng. He did not say anything, only looking at him coldly. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze, Yangfeng felt extremely pleased. What's wrong? Feeling sullen? Here, we are either holy venerates or rank 6 demonic Dao sect true inheritors. In terms of identity, status, and strength, who can you compare to? Just be obedient and listen to me. Yangfeng shifted his gaze and knelt in Elder Gao's direction. Elder Gao, please let me make a move and teach him a lesson. Obediently leave a restriction in his body to show the might of my Heavenly Eagle Castle. Elder Gao's expression turned sullen, feeling extremely upset in his heart. Yangfeng killed so many core disciples of my Heavenly Eagle Castle, yet he still dares to retort. Does he not know what kind of situation he is in? This is too unbridled. Very well. Yangfeng, I permit you to make a move. Leave a restriction on my Heavenly Eagle Castle and teach him to be more obedient. Yangfeng showed wild joy on his face. He could finally teach this fellow a lesson and wash away his previous humiliation. Yangfeng knelt on one knee and performed a cupped fist salute with a smile. This disciple obeys. I will definitely not humiliate my Heavenly Eagle Castle. Ah! But before he could finish his words, he saw a blade of grass silently fly over. In the next moment, a resplendent sword light burst out of Yangfeng's body, immediately cutting off all signs of life. Sword holes appeared all over his body, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Yangfeng still maintained his kneeling posture. The joyful smile on his face did not fade away, instead freezing. Yangfeng! Elder Gao showed a startled expression as he looked at Yangfeng. This was simply inconceivable. The late-stage star, venerate Yangfeng, a Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritor, died in the blink of an eye before Elder Gao. Absurd! Absurd! This is simply absurd. Senior Brother Yang. Junior Brother Yang. Boom! When the many Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors and the leading elders called out, Yangfeng finally responded. The sword intent in his body accumulated and exploded wildly. The resplendent sword light soared into the clouds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, a cruel sight to behold. The scene was dead silent. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. As they looked at Xiao Qin, horror flashed in their eyes. This young man was terrifyingly calm. He had made his move without making a sound. When Yang Feng knelt on one knee with his side facing Xiao Qin directly attacked without hesitation. Xiao Qin killed a rank 6 sect true inheritor on a whim. Even if some of the holy venerates among them could kill Yang Feng, they would not dare to do so in front of Elder Gao. It was a little too daring, too lawless. Such decisiveness in killing and boldness were something that many ambitious and ruthless people of the demonic Dao could not compare to. What was a demon? A demon was a person's pride and unyielding character. A demon was innately proud. They were extraordinary. Those who humiliated me died. Those who scolded me died. Those who killed me had to die. As Yan Zhi looked at Xiao Qin, he was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. It was like at this moment he truly got to know Xiao Qin. This white-clad bladesman before Yan Zhi was much more terrifying than he had imagined. From the very start, Yan Zhi could not control Xiao Qin. Yan Zhi felt some regret in his heart. He should not have brought Xiao Qin here. This is impossible. Elder Gao somewhat lost his rationality. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Qin, his eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm, not showing any fluctuations. It was like everything that happened earlier was not his doing. Elder Gao clenched his teeth and enunciated every word clearly. "You killed him." Xiao Qin replied indifferently, "If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them." Good, 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 good. If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples, heed my orders. Immediately kill this white-clad thief. Roger. The enraged Elder Gao snorted coldly. The remaining 5 true inheritors of the Heavenly Eagle Castle did not dare to attack. Aside from the top true inheritor, Long Tingyu, the others all soared into the air and charged at Xiao Qin. They circulated their demonic Dao cultivation techniques and forcefully absorbed the power of everything in the world. Their auras soared continuously. They soared into the air, looking like a mountain range, a river, or a surging sea. Good timing. Xiao Qin laughed loudly, and his eyes shone with golden light. He instantly activated his great desolate Ian Overlord class bloodline. Xiao Qin reared his head back and roared. A dragon roar spread out in all directions. The terrifying dragon might immediately knocked away the faux god might in the surroundings. I am a true dragon, born with a lofty character and filled with hot-bloodedness. Why would I fear a battle? Chapter 1822. Kill. The Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique focused on aura. Once they circulated their demonic cultivation technique, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique would explode. Once they circulated their demonic cultivation technique, they would extract the aura of everything in the world at all times. The longer they used it, the stronger their aura would be. They gave off an endless feeling. The cultivators who fought with them would all feel extremely sullen. This was a completely unreasonable fighting method. As long as one took a step back, one could forget about advancing further. This was because the other party's next strike would definitely have an aura that was twice as strong as the previous strike, perhaps even several times stronger. What did it mean to be unreasonable? That was exactly what it meant. However, today, this group of people met Xiao Qin, who was even more unreasonable than them. When the 4 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors worked together to charge over, Xiao Qin instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline, an overlord-class bloodline of the ancient, great, desolate Ian. At this moment, Xiao Qin unleashed it without holding anything back. The terrifying aura even temporarily knocked away the faux god might. Without the suppression of the faux god might, the the four immediately felt their physical bodies relax. However, this relaxation did not last for even a second. In the next moment, a dragon, might even more terrifying than the foe god, might surged over. Boom! The four suddenly suffered a heavy blow, and their expressions changed drastically. They all felt their bodies plummet toward the deep abyss like lead balls. In that instant, these four revealed horrified expressions. Once they fell into the deep abyss, they would die without a burial. That would truly be dying without a burial. Even a holy venerate would not be able to escape death. Smashed into meat paste. No one could survive. Elder Gao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately wanted to help. However, Long Tingyu stopped him. Elder Gao, this is not a good time to make a move. Those old fellows are watching. The next moment, Elder Gao realized that if he was injured in any way, he would not be able to escape. If Xiao Chun got injured, he would not be a match for the other holy venerates at all. Furthermore, those who can become my Heavenly Eagle Castle's true inheritors are all skilled. How could they fall so easily? A crafty light flashed in Long Tingyu's eyes. He shouted, "Junior brothers, don't hold back anymore. Quickly capture that white-clad thief." The moment Long Tingyu said that, the people of the other factions could no longer hold back. If the Heavenly Eagle Castle's people really captured Xiao Qin, then the foe god flame would end up in the Heavenly Eagle Castle's hands. The leading elder of the Fantasy Cloud sect said, "Quickly make a move. We absolutely cannot let the Heavenly Eagle Castle's people capture that brat." Roger. Aside from Xiahou Yuan, the 5 true disciples of the Fantasy Cloud sect, including O Jinyun, moved out at the same time. All of you, wait for an opportunity to strike. If there's a chance, snatch him over. A cold light flashed in the Silver Fox Holy Venerate's eyes as he instructed his late-stage star Venerate subordinates beside him. Hee, I guarantee it will be a piece of cake. Immediately, the true inheritors of the 3 demon royal halls and the experts of the 3 7-star pirate groups took action. In their eyes, Xiao Qin had become a delicious cake that they had to fight over. The situation was completely out of control. Yen's gaze was gloomy as his gaze descended onto Xiao Qin, and his killing intent was like a blazing flame that burned fiercely. The 4 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors finally brought out their trump cards. Under the pressure of Xiao Chen's strong dragon might, they forcefully climbed up the stone pillar where Xiao Chun was. When they looked at Xiao Qin, they did not hesitate to surround him. Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. However, no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than Xiao Qin, who had been waiting for a long time? The moment the 4 climbed up the stone pillar, they executed their killing moves. However, this time, the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations did not split up. Instead, the attack power of the 81 saber strikes of the 9 transformations all gathered into one move. In that instant, the scarlet blood war banner in Xiao Chen's hand pierced through the chest of one of the 4 true inheritors, sending him flying into the deep abyss. Startled cries rang out, but Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. The primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core spun, and the Taiji force field instantly formed. With the support of the horrifying dragon might, Xiao Chen's Taiji energy became even more clingy. The 3 true inheritors in the depths could only bring out 60% of their strength. That was already their limit. Dang! 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 1 man and 1 banner. Xiao Chen easily dealt with the 3's attacks. The dragon might from the ancient blue dragon firmly suppressed the 3's auras. This prevented the 3 from bringing out the characteristics of their demonic cultivation techniques. From start to end, Xiao Qin suppressed them. It looked like the experts of the Fantasy Cloud sect and the other factions would charge over soon. Xiao Qin did not want to drag this out. He stabbed the scarlet blood war banner into the ground and quickly drew the tyrant saber with his right hand. With a saber in hand, Xiao Chun was like a different person from without a saber. The saber Dao and the thunder Dao layered over each other. Then, Xiao Chen executed an incredibly tyrannical 1,000-army break. With the tyrant saber in hand, Xiao Chen could block 1,000 soldiers alone. Break! The strong saber technique materialized a berserk saber wind that blew on the 3 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors. The saber wind cut the 3's bodies, leaving them covered in wounds. The true inheritors did their best to block Xiao Chen's killing move. However, after the blue dragon bloodline activated, their auras were firmly suppressed. The true inheritors could not circulate their demonic cultivation techniques. How could they block Xiao Chen's saber strike? When the tyrant's saber arrived, the might of 1,000-army break burst out, knocking the 3 out of the stone pillars and into the deep abyss. 10 moves. In less than 10 moves, the 4 true inheritors of the Heavenly Eagle Castle all lost. This was completely unexpected. Even Long Tingyu, who played a trick, did not expect this. Originally, Long Tingyu thought that these people should be more than enough to last until the experts of the other factions arrived. However, who could have imagined that when facing Xiao Chen, who had activated his bloodline and held the terrain advantage, these people couldn't even last 10 moves? How terrifying! Is this the might of an overlord class bloodline of the great, desolate Ian? Truly incredible. The top 100 of the great, desolate Ian bloodlines are all demonic geniuses. Among them, the overlord class, great, desolate Ian bloodlines are even more heaven-defying. However, I have never heard of such a dragon race bloodline among the 6 dragon race bloodlines. Who cares about the dragon race bloodline or the great, desolate Ian bloodline? He cannot last for long. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he will reach the end soon. When the experts of the other 2 demonic Dao sects and the 3 pirate groups arrive, he will have no choice but to surrender. No matter how powerful his bloodline is, he will not be able to last for long. He might be awe-inspiring now, but he will become a dog later. Upon seeing Xiao Chen kill the 4 true inheritors in 10 moves, the experts of the various factions felt shocked. However, they were all peerless experts with broad horizons. They could tell at a glance. With one glance, they could tell that Xiao Chen relied on the power of his bloodline to suddenly erupt with such strong power. Even if Xiao Chen erupted with the power of his bloodline, he would not have been able to kill the 4 true inheritors so easily elsewhere. Once the power of the bloodline was exhausted, Xiao Chen would immediately revert to his original form, becoming a major primal core venerate that he could easily crush. He couldn't retreat now. He had to seize this opportunity to capture Xiao Chen and control Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes shone with a dazzling golden light as he looked at the experts coming from all directions. His gaze was ice-cold, devoid of any emotions. Dragon might surged from Xiao Chen's body. After activating his bloodline, he was no longer suppressed by this space. His aura surged violently, and the dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. He watched as these people surrounded him and approached him. Xiao Chen was expressionless and didn't move at all. What is this guy trying to do? You know you can't escape death, so you've given up resisting? No matter how much he jumps around, he is still just an evil dragon. He can't possibly overturn the heavens. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not take any action, the Holy Venerate experts observing the situation all started mocking him. However, just as the experts from all directions approached Xiao Chen, the situation suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's left hand quickly moved, forming a strange hand seal. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never hanging high in the sky. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. In that instant, Xiao Chen's already horrifying aura soared 7-fold, turning into a pitch-black, veil-like killing chi that spread into the surroundings. Damn it, I can't move. This killing chi has already infiltrated my internal organs, limbs, bones, and even the depths of my soul. It's all his killing chi. It's over. What should I do? Immediately, fear spread throughout the bodies of the various experts in the depths of the killing chi. This was a fear that was stuck in their throats, unable to express. Horror filled their hearts. This feeling was 100 times more unbearable than suffocating. Kill! An expressionless Buddha appeared behind Shao Qin. At this moment, resolving the mundane cut off all emotions and desires, severing all attachments to the mundane world. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques. Second move, resolving the mundane. Boom! An eternal saber light swept out, igniting the killing chi in the surroundings. Kasie! Kasie! In this instant, the physical bodies and souls of all the attackers turned to dust. Not to mention that being emotionless was demonic, but becoming a Buddha with a thought was even more terrifying. The golden light in Shao Chen's eyes faded, and his great, desolate Ian bloodline went dormant once more. Then his aura slowly recovered. However, the surroundings remained silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The seemingly thin, white-clad youth, standing beside the scarlet blood war banner, held a saber in his hand as he looked around. It was like he was announcing who was the true ruler of this place. Chapter 1823. He made use of the great, desolate Ian bloodline to stay for a final period of time. Shao Chen used the vast dragon might to turn it into a sevenfold killing chi to kill all the true inheritors and Star Venerate experts who came to attack. His body and soul were annihilated. Such a cruel massacre inevitably stimulated the demonic nature in Shao Chen's body. As his long hair fluttered in the wind, his body emitted a terrifying demonic might. Even without the primordial dragon might, no one dared to underestimate this demonic might. Many of the demonic path experts present looked at the current Shao Chen. None of them dared to say that their demonic might was stronger than Shao Chen's. Yan Zhi's expression changed. As he looked at Shao Chen, he exclaimed in shock, "You entered the demonic Tao." He remembered that when he first met Shao Chen did not have the slightest bit of demonic nature. He cultivated the righteous cultivation technique and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His temperament was also upright. But at this moment, Shao Chen was clearly full of demonic nature, and his eyes were filled with the gaze of a primordial beast. This was a gaze similar to the Yazi beasts. The demonic nature that Shao Chen's body gave off was also the result of his physical body and bloodline being modified by the immemorial demon soul formation. It was inevitable for Yan Zhi to be surprised. Shao Chen smiled faintly. With this smile, all the demonic aura disappeared in an instant. The swastika on Shao Chen's forehead shone with a golden light. His entire body was bathed in a gentle Buddhist light. The light of the Mahesvara Buddha's Sarira that his physical body had absorbed slowly spread out. Becoming a Buddha with a smile was like a spring breeze. Tell me, am I a Buddha or a demon? Shao Chen looked at Yan Zhi and said softly with a faint smile, "What a pure Buddhist light! How is this possible?" Yan Zhi turned pale with fright. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The holy venerate experts on the other stone pillars, as well as the top true inheritors of the demonic sect, all opened their eyes, dumbfounded. He had never seen a person with two completely different temperaments. Furthermore, they were both extremely pure. Furthermore, they were two completely opposing Taos. You actually cultivate both Buddhism and demonic Tao. How audacious! Sooner or later, you'll go crazy. Since ancient times, good and evil have always been incompatible. Those who dared to cultivate both Buddhism and demonic Tao never had a good ending. Since ancient times, there has never been an exception. Sooner or later, you will be doomed eternally. That's right, the righteous path cannot tolerate you, and the demonic path cannot tolerate you either. There won't be a place for you in this world, and your life will be filled with calamities. It was unknown which nerve of these people had been angered, but when they saw the demonic might on Xiao Chen's body recede and the Buddha's aura appear, they were all shocked. The experts of the older generation started cursing loudly. Xiao Chen laughed out loud. Amidst his presumptuous laughter, the Buddhist light on his body disappeared, and the Buddhist mark between his eyebrows quietly faded away. The saber intent all over Xiao Chen's body turned into a move that soared into the clouds, clashing with the faux god might filling the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The crisp hum of a saber resounded in all directions in an instant. That was a pure saber intent, unbridled and proud, free and unrestrained. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said, I am not an immortal or a demon, nor am I a Buddha. I am me, the white-robed Xiao Chen. My original heart has not changed, and my original heart has not changed. I look at flowers with tears in my eyes, and the flowers cry. I look at the moon with worry, and the moon grieves. Gods, Buddhas, immortals, and demons are just superficial appearances. The heart has all sorts of appearances. Hence, all things in the world have all sorts of appearances. You see me killing people like flies, so you treat me as the white-robed mad demon. Others see me as pure and untainted, so they call me the white-robed bladesman. However, in the end, I am me. What does what you think of me have to do with me? At this moment, Xiao Chen did not have any demonic might or Buddhist light. There was only a pure saber intent and the pride of following his original heart. Xiao Chen's words stunned many of the people present. They vaguely felt touched in the depths of their hearts. The voices scolding and cursing Xiao Chen stopped abruptly. None of them could say anything. After a long time, Yin just startled awake. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, What exactly are you trying to do? With your strength, there is no way for you to obtain the faux god flame. Why must you do this, offending all of us? That's right. If you are willing, this place is filled with soul tools. As long as you are willing to hand over the faux god flame, we will naturally work together to help you break the restrictions on the soul tools. There is no need to be so stubborn. The moment Yen just said that, another Holy Venerate immediately agreed. At this moment, the Silver Fox Holy Venerate also said, Junior, it was our fault for wanting to plant restrictions in your body earlier. We can also forgive you for killing our subordinates. As long as you are willing to hand over the faux god flame, we can fulfill another request. Immediately, all sorts of voices rang out. The various Holy Venerate experts all said that as long as Xiao Chen was willing, they could let bygones be bygones. They could let bygones be bygones. If Xiao Chen wanted a soul tool, they could even work together to help him break the restrictions. As Xiao Chen looked at the flame on the divine flame pillar, which gave off a divine light, he remained silent. After a while, he suddenly said, The faux god flame belongs to those who are capable. You can fight for it, so why can't I? As the saying goes, if one's obsession is not dispelled, it will become a demonic barrier. However, if one does not forget it, there will be an echo. Senior Scarlet Blood Pirate King, am I right? It seemed like Xiao Chen did not hear the various promises and temptations from the surroundings. He only looked at the faux god flame and muttered to himself. However, as though it was responding to Xiao Chen, the faux god flame suddenly dimmed somewhat. The Scarlet Blood War banner, fluttering beside, Xiao Chen dropped its aura and slowly lowered. That's not right. This is the faux god flame's response, telling Xiao Chen that something is not right. After being stunned for a while, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile as he entered deep thought. At this moment, Xiao Chen remembered his obsession, the moon seeking. After obtaining the faux god flame's response, he suddenly understood some things. There were many things in the world that the more one cared about, the tighter one grasped it. The more one cared about it, the more uncontrollable it was. In the past, Xiao Chen always felt that he had to be as strong as the outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms before he could be worthy of meeting Ruyue. Hence, Xiao Chen's obsession did not disappear. He could not forget about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, treating it as something that he had to obtain if he wanted to meet Lu Riyue. The more Xiao Chen cared about it, the deeper his heart demon became. Even after he obtained the faux god flame, his heart demon still remained. Even after obtaining the faux god flame, he would still feel doubtful, feeling that he was not strong enough and was not worthy of meeting Riyue. Furthermore, he would increase his strength like he was possessed. If that was really the case, Xiao Chun might embark on a path of no return until he truly met Lu Riyue. Perhaps the other party would only see a familiar stranger and not him at all. In the end, it would be like water flowing from his hand. With such a blow, perhaps Xiao Chen would end up like the Qing Emperor back then, falling into the demonic Tao, not recognizing his kin, killing his master, killing his lover. This fellow is smiling one moment and frowning the next. Has he turned stupid? That is really possible. It is hard to avoid accidents when dual cultivating Buddhism and demonic Tao. It would not be surprising for him to become a fool. Should we take this opportunity to directly suppress him? Right now he is distracted. It will be incredibly easy to subdue him. Just when everyone thought that Xiao Qin had gone crazy, Xiao Qin suddenly started laughing again. However, this time his laughter was filled with joy and relief. It was a kind of release, a kind of enlightenment after realizing the wrong path. As Xiao Qin laughed, he looked at the faux god flame. Then he used all his vital qi and shouted, "My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is burning." His voice was like thunder, echoing in all directions. Everyone was stunned by this, and they were feeling anxious and bewildered. Just as they were feeling bewildered, an even more majestic, resonant, and sorrowful voice rang out in the vast space. This voice was filled with hot-bloodedness as it replied to Xiao Chun excitedly, "For half my life, I wandered from place to place, wandering from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear." That voice entered one's blood, bones, and soul. The voice was filled with hot-bloodedness and iron bones. It reverberated in the surroundings, never fading. When Xiao Qin heard the echo, his eyes also filled with excitement. He replied with a voice that came from his flesh and soul, "My body is like a sword filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years." Loud laughter rang out in the reply. "My body is like a mountain spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the many stars, making the sky shine without night." Suddenly, surging demonic clouds gathered in the sky and turned into a gargantuan hand. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King traveled through time and space, and a heavy voice rang out, "Covering the sky with one hand." Boom! There was no light in the world, pitch black. One could not even see their own fingers when they stretched out their hands. The various holy venerates could not even send out their mental energy. They were completely blind, no different from ordinary people in the dark. However, the voice of covering the sky with one hand kept echoing in their ears. Xiao Chen's laughter stopped. He only grasped the scarlet blood war banner beside him and replied to the words of the surroundings. He said, "Proclaim myself emperor with one hand." Then he raised his hand to the sky, and all the faux god might was drawn over, burning on Xiao Chen's body. In the boundless darkness, the faux god might became the only light in the world. Chapter 1824. However, at this crucial moment, a black figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen at lightning speed. It was not just a clump of flame, but also the inextinguishable will left behind by a legendary pirate king. The flame on Xiao Chen's body blazed even more intensely, and his faux god might soared. These holy venerates could not block one strike from Xiao Chen at all. Bang! Cracks appeared in the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet, trembling slightly. Xiao Chen's voice reverberated in the surroundings. A continuously strengthening faux god might appeared on his body. Xiao Chen soared into the air and flew towards the stone pillar with the divine flame. Yanjia flew back while vomiting blood. He roared ferociously and launched himself at Xiao Chen again, extremely dissatisfied. A careful look revealed that the first item was a spirit jade. However, this spirit jade flickered with light, looking crystalline and translucent, not tainted by any dirt at all. It looked like a precious star treasure. The entire space seemed to turn into a solid sea. Waves surged, forcing the many holy venerates back several steps. Attack together! Comparisons were odious. After all, Xiao Chen was going to inherit the faux god flame before them. To the darkness, Xiao Chen was the spark that lit up the night, dazzling and resplendent. Yanjia guffawed like a maniac. He shouted, "However, it is not too late to kill you now." Xiao Chen used his strongest appearance to climb the stone pillar with the divine flame that everyone dreamed of. However, Yanjia could not do anything about it. On the stone pillar with the divine flame, Xiao Chen's faux god might had already reached a terrifying level. Then he moved his left hand and ferociously pointed at Senior Chai. With just one more step, Xiao Chen would be able to climb the pillar. Even if a sovereign personage descended, that sovereign personage could only watch helplessly like them. Haha, you trash. You want to kill me. Yanjia could not move at all, losing control of his soul and physical body. He was at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured. Then he ferociously swung the scarlet blood war banner in his hand against the immense pressure. Cassier! 8 treasures, shining with light, appeared in the surroundings. He wanted to extinguish the flame on Xiao Chen's body and suppress his faux god might. Grabbing the war flag, he twisted it lightly. Yanjia's expression was extremely gloomy. When he saw that Xiao Chen was about to fly to the pillar of divine fire like a hot knife through butter, the rage in his heart immediately burned. Many figures flew over from the sky. There were the elders of the demonic sect, the captains of the 7 stars, and various itinerant cultivators. Supreme grade spiritual jade. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw many holy venerates lying on the stone pillars, unable to get up. These holy venerates showed hateful expressions as they looked at Xiao Chen. However, now Xiao Chen was burning with flames. The might of a faux god came from all directions like moths flying over. Its entire body was pitch black like ink, and its radiance was restrained. The banner that descended from the sky was embroidered with a primordial, ferocious beast. It was the size of an ox, and its appearance was that of a tiger. It wore scarlet fur that was like a porcupine, and a pair of wings were spread open. A single horn grew out from between its brows, and its eyes were extremely vicious and filled with demonic nature. If looks could kill, Xiao Chen would have died more than 100 times already. The holy venerate were layered over each other and turned into a horrifying demonic image that landed on Xiao Chen's head. There were the holy venerate wills of the 3 pirate groups' captains, the holy venerate wills of the 3 demonic sect elders, Yanjia, Senior Chai, and the other itinerant cultivators. Xiao Chen continued looking. The second item was a pitch-black ghost pennant. This was an extremely high-quality soul tool. This was a cold light that prevented all of them from obtaining the faux god flame. The 4th item was an exquisite pipa. The 5th item was a secret manual. The 6th item was a mutated fruit. The 7th item was a treasure bow. The 8th item was actually a kasaya. The surging sword in tent was like a vast army surging out, kicking up boundless yellow sand. It carried a cold killing intent and turned into a boundless sword intent of storm. Light. The faux god might infused into Xiao Chen's body went from weak to strong, slowly strengthening. Ha 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 ha. Who is your big brother? You son of a bitch. This old man really regrets not smacking you to death back in the grave sea. Not only did he have to risk his life, he could be killed by the sword intent at any time. Xiao Chen sent the various holy venerates flying like sandbags, vomiting blood and tumbling in the air. Xiao Qin held up the scarlet blood war banner. Faux God might continuously poured into his surroundings, burning fiercely as it supported him. The war banner fluttered beside him. Xiao Qin gently waved his hand, and the faux God flame that many dreamed of appeared. The pressure from Yen's holy venerate will gradually weaken. In the end, Xiao Qin actually repelled it. Xiao Chen gently opened his hand and did not hesitate to put away the peak-grade spirit jades in his storage ring. How could Xiao Chen endure this? Senior Chai's expression changed slightly. However, before he could react, quick, quickly stop him. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Xiao Chen immediately felt immense pressure. This was the will of soul from a holy venerate. Compared to a star venerate's will of soul, Xiao Chen felt immense pressure. However, in the end, all of this ended up benefiting Xiao Chen. However, this holy venerate was nothing before Xiao Chen. Under normal circumstances, this holy venerate will alone would be enough to suppress Xiao Chen. Withdraw. Every time Xiao Chen withdrew it, he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. Xiao Chen only took a glance before putting this Qiongqi demonic pennant into his storage ring. Dang! The other holy venerates no longer dared to hold back. Immediately, this place started shaking intensely. The many holy venerates wished that they could swallow Xiao Chen alive. They thought about the soul tools here. Just thinking about the soul tools here. Even if many holy venerates work together, they might not be able to break the restrictions. Yen's boundless sword move was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves with this thrust, easily breaking. Several holy venerates were so frustrated that they lost their minds. They clenched their right fists and continuously pounded the stone pillars. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's aura flourished. He held the war banner in his hand and charged forward ferociously. When the scarlet blood war banner opened the treasures on the stone pillars with the divine flame, there were no restrictions. Who knew? Xiao Chen gently leaped up and stomped on Yen's head, continuing to fly towards the stone pillars with the divine flame. Whoosh! Xiao Chen did not rush to summon the faux god flame. Instead, he sized up the surroundings. In that instant, the demonic clouds in the sky churned like a tsunami. Only this flash of light existed in the boundlessly dark and vast space. Boom! Big Brother Yen, you are still unwilling to give up. They were not on the same level at all. However, right now, Xiao Chen's faux god might was flourishing. His strength was no longer on par with his cultivation. This sword wind could destroy a city. Yenja thought about how much time and schemes Yenja had put in for the sake of this scarlet blood race inheritance. Xiao Chen held the war banner and leaped onto the stone pillars with the divine flame. Xiao Chen said coldly as he looked expressionlessly at Yenja, who had lost control of his emotions somewhat. Yenja was on a completely higher level. It was like a sage appearing, reigning supreme. Xiao Chen did not have time to take a closer look. He only sized it up before putting it in his storage ring. The sound of countless hearts shattering rang out. The eyes of the many older generation, holy venerates, and the top true inheritors of the various demonic Dao sects on the stone pillars in the surroundings nearly popped out. Kassier! Kassier! About 10 layers of holy venerate wills surged over, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chen. Even the burning flame on his body was suppressed. Who could have imagined that an insignificant major primal core venerate would be able to stand before so many outstanding talents and older generation holy venerates? At this moment, the faux god flame was very close. The gargantuan hand, covering the sky above, dropped down a finger. In an instant, it knocked Senior Chai into the air and made him vomit blood. It slowly landed in Xiao Chen's hand. However, at this moment, his eyes were calm. It was Senior Chai. He looked at Xiao Chen sinisterly and said, Junior, you need to use this scarlet blood war banner to release the faux god might on you. Now, I am restraining your scarlet blood war banner. When the faux god might on you scatter, you will find it hard to escape death. The scarlet blood war banner moved like a hot knife through butter. Just as it was about to pierce Yen's chest, a sword blocked it. If you want to reach the deity platform, you have to get past me first. To the many holy venerates fighting for the faux god flame, the warm light was like a flash of cold light. At this distance, they could already feel the faux god flame's temperature, its heaviness, and the vicissitudes of history. Damn it, to think that he really went up. That feeling was too unbearable. You are overthinking. The stone pillars were empty. However, there was a groove in the center. However, now, Xiaoqin easily collected 8 supreme treasures in front of them. When Yen just swung his sword, a cold light filled the air. Yen Zhe's terrifying sword technique turned into a storm surging toward Xiaoqin. These were originally powerful treasures that belonged to them. Now, this white-clad brat collected them just like that. Withdraw! Xiaoqin looked at the scarlet blood war banner in his hand. Then he walked over and inserted the end of the war banner into the groove perfectly. Break for me! Whoosh! Faux god might! A skinny hand grabbed the flagpole like a pincer. Yen roared hoarsely and his aura surged out. A holy venerate will surged out of his forehead and pressed down on Xiaoqin. Yen's aura slowed, and Xiaoqin's flame, which was about to extinguish, took this opportunity to burn fiercely. Damn it! Damn it! Xiaoqin continued looking. The third item was an extremely strange medicinal pill with an overwhelming bestial nature. It did not look like it was meant for cultivators to consume. Bang! 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 Xiaoqin twisted his wrist and gently swung the scarlet blood war banner, striking Yen's face and sending him flying. With the support of the faux god might, Yen swung the war banner, and the entire space surged like the tide. As Yen advanced, the pillar of the divine flame became very close. Yen swung the war banner, and the scarlet blood war banner became like a spear as it charged forward. Faux god might gathered at the tip of the banner as he gently thrust it forward. Great desolate Ian ferocious beast Chungchi. This was once one of the 10 great ghost pennants of the demonic Tao, the Chungchi demonic pennant. To think that it is in the hands of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Xiaoqin swung the Scarlet Blood war banner in his hand and ferociously thrust it forward. Kassier! Yen drew his sword and a cold light shone. Then he leaped up and stood in front of Xiaoqin, blocking him. As long as Xiaoqin waved his hand, he could reach out and grab it. Xiaoqin recognized it with one glance. This was a powerful treasure known as a subdivine crystal. Its significance already surpassed that of spirit jades. Chungchi wanted to stop Xiaoqin from climbing the pillar of the divine flame. Damn it, that is the supreme treasure of my demonic Tao sect. Chapter 1825. Xiaoqin held the faux god flame in his palm. He was only one step away from the scarlet blood inheritance. He did not even need to be one step away. With a thought, Xiaoqin could refine and absorb this faux god flame. He would obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's valuable experience, the various mysterious sea maps, the treasures of the Forbidden Sea, and the various secrets of the 100,000 Great Peaks. When looking around, all the Tao tools and soul tools on the stone pillar were not worth mentioning compared to this faux god flame. They were not even a drop in the bucket, completely incomparable. Damn it! Why? When Yen saw this scene, he showed a dispirited expression. His eyes turned unfocused like a walking corpse. Yen had planned this for a long time, putting in a lot of effort and time, making all sorts of calculations from start to finish. However, in the end, it was all for naught. The ending was too cruel. Yen who harbored great expectations, could not take the blow. It was not just Yenja. Although the other older generation, holy venerates, were not as exaggerated as Yenja, they showed helplessness on their faces and deep jealousy in their eyes. Even if a holy venerate obtained the inheritance, they would accept their defeat wholeheartedly. However, right now it was Shao Qin, an ant that they could casually squish to death earlier, who climbed the divine flame pillar and controlled the faux god flame. It looked like Shao Chun was about to receive the inheritance and soar into the sky, becoming resplendent and dazzling. Anyone would find it hard to accept that a junior was stepping on them to rise to prominence. While Shao Qin was on the divine flame pillar, preparing to absorb the faux god flame and receive the inheritance, something strange happened. The faux god flame created a barrier, preventing Shao Qin from absorbing it. At the same time, a thought entered Shao Qin's mind. The thought first sighed, then turned into a sentence. What a pity! You are very suitable to receive my inheritance in all aspects. Unfortunately, you are only missing one thing, and that is the thing that I care about the most. Is that so? Shao Chun was stunned for a moment before saying, I understand. However, Senior, please give me a chance. There is someone in my heart who can receive this scarlet blood inheritance. Good. No matter how you look at it, you are very similar to me. I believe in you for being able to reach this step. However, you cannot receive the inheritance. Your faux god might will not last for long. I hope you can get out of here alive. After the voice projection ended, the faux god flame turned into a mark on Shao Chen's palm. The flames on his body slowly extinguished, and the demonic clouds in the sky receded like a receding tide. Hua! The faux god might vanished from Shao Chen's body. All the Dao tools and soul tools on the stone pillars flashed with lights and returned to the stone pillars. Only the spirit stones were still piled up on top of it as a consolation. What's going on? Everything had happened too suddenly, surprising everyone. All of the inherited Dao tools and soul tools had vanished. Those who thought that even if they could not obtain the faux god flame, they would still be able to subdue a soul tool. This was a worthwhile trip for the holy venerate. He was shocked. This was a complete loss, with nothing to gain. The white-robed mad demon accepted the inheritance. Yes, but no. The faux god flame is indeed gone. However, there are no changes to his body. The might of the faux god realm disappeared. Strange. How unlucky. To think that even the soul tools disappeared. This trip is a complete loss. Ha ha! Just at this moment, someone suddenly laughed maniacally. It was the Iron Horn pirate group's Yenja. Yenja laughed like he had gone mad. Everyone looked at him strangely, not understanding what was going on. However, Yenja continued laughing. He pointed at Shao Chun and said, Ha ha ha! This fellow cannot accept the inheritance. He only put away the faux god flame. Look, he does not have dragon might or faux god might on him now. He is so weak that we can ignore him. The others' expressions changed drastically. They all sent their mental energy to Shao Qin and revealed smiles. Ha! That's true. He did not accept the inheritance. His will of soul did not change at all. Kill him. Kill him. Upon seeing such a change and the faux god flame no longer on the stone pillar, the originally dispirited holy venerates immediately became spirited. As they looked at Shao Qin, they were like hungry wolves seeing a sheep. Right now, Shao Qin had many valuable treasures on him. He was definitely a fat sheep. Suddenly, the situation changed once again. Yen Jia, who was like a walking corpse, immediately came to life. His eyes shone brightly like a wild beast's. Whoosh! Yen Jia took the lead and charged at Shao Qin, wanting to capture Shao Qin first to vent the hatred in his heart. On the stone pillar with the divine flame, Shao Qin's expression remained calm. He did not feel discouraged by losing the inheritance at all. Before climbing the stone pillar with the divine flame, Shao Qin had proven his Tao heart. In his opinion, that was something even more precious than the inheritance. Of course, it would be for the best if he could continue obtaining the inheritance. However, if he could not, it did not matter. Proving his Tao heart and walking out of the demonic heart were more valuable than anything else. You are really my good big brother. As Shao Chen looked at Yanjia, who took the lead and rushed to the front, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Shao Chen grasped the scarlet blood war banner with both hands. With a thought, a black and white Taiji diagram appeared around him. Mottled light flickered in the surroundings. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. The Taiji diagram spun continuously. The vast demonic chi, veritable essence energy, and spiritual energy, veritable essence energy, in Shao Chen's 9-star primal core circulated wildly. Shao Chen's aura soared endlessly. He is going to break through. As Shao Chen's long hair fluttered and his aura soared infinitely, those with discerning eyes immediately saw some clues. That was right. After absorbing the demonic qi accumulated on Blood Spirit Island for 1,000 years, Shao Chen could break through at any time. Shao Chen's cultivation had already accumulated to a terrifying level in the major primal core realm. His foundation was terrifyingly firm. Once Shao Chen broke through, he would completely erupt. Boom! In that instant, Shao Chen's aura soared several-fold, instantly breaking through the shackles of major primal core venerates. He became a Cloud Sea star venerate. However, Shao Chen's aura continued to soar, directly advancing to peak early stage star venerate. However, Shao Chen's aura was much stronger than those late stage star venerate true inheritors. Scram! When Shao Chen's aura reached its peak, he ferociously swung the scarlet blood war banner. Boom! Boom! Before Shao Chen waved the war banner, he infused it with an irresistible veritable essence energy that was like seawater. Shao Chen, who had not expected such a result, was ruthlessly knocked back by Shao Chen again, causing him to vomit blood. Ha ha ha! So what if you broke through? There's so many holy venerates here. In the end, you will not be able to escape death. Shao Chen, you will not be able to escape death. Although Shao Chen forcefully knocked Yanjia away, Yanjia laughed endlessly as he looked at Shao Chen like he had gone crazy. Yanjia was right. The difference in cultivation was obvious. Even if Shao Chen could bring out 120% of his strength, he would only be able to block one holy venerate. However, there were 10 holy venerates here. Aside from Yanjia, who had a weak foundation, the other holy venerates were either demonic Tao sect elders or 7-star pirate group captains. No matter how one looked at it, Shao Chen could not succeed in breaking through. Where there is a will, there is a way. There is no need for you to care about my life or death. Thank you for your curse. However, Shao Chen saw through everything. His body trembled, and he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Shao Chen instantly executed Dermic World. Using the undefeatable aura of his Dermic World, Shao Chen swung the war banner. A huge force directly swept away the many holy venerates that were trying to surround him. Shao Chen raised his leg and leaped over 100 stone pillars. Then he charged out of the encirclement of the holy venerates and rushed forward. After him, the holy venerates that got knocked away did not suffer much damage. They knew that this was a secret technique that Shao Chen used and could not last for long. These holy venerates used their holy venerate wills to resist the omnipresent faux god might in the sky. Then they moved quickly, chasing after Shao Chen. As the holy venerates gave chase, they executed all sorts of attacks without holding back. Naturally, the means of a holy venerate were extremely horrifying. Even though Shao Chen turned into a Dermic world giant, he still found it hard to avoid injury. Pu Ci. When Shao Chen's body reverted to its original form, He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly. This was somewhat taxing. Holy venerates were scarier than Xiao Chen imagined. If there were only 2 or 3 holy venerates, it would be very easy to escape. However, there were simply too many holy venerates behind. There were also some strong top true inheritors that were not to be trifled with. Brat, let's see what other means you have. When the people chasing saw Xiao Chen fall to the ground in a somewhat sorry state, they all laughed loudly, feeling much more confident. Capture him. We must cut him into 1,000 pieces, extract his soul, and torture him ruthlessly. After killing so many people from our 3 great demonic Dao sects, we cannot let him die so easily. Ha ha ha. To think that you would have such a day like this. I can only say that you are unlucky, unable to receive such great luck. When the many holy venerates saw Xiao Chen fall into dire straits, all of them felt extremely delighted. This was especially so for Yanjia. He felt his entire body rejuvenated. Seeing Xiao Chen in such a sorry state was even more delightful than obtaining the faux god flame himself. Relying on this sickly willpower, Yanjia charged to the very front once more. Who dares to injure my big brother? Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. This voice was like divine thunder from the 9 heavens, shaking all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. The tens of thousands of stone pillars in this vast space trembled intensely when this shout rang out. Even the might of the faux god realm trembled, surging like waves. The many holy venerates in hot pursuit immediately stopped in their tracks, forcibly stopped by this shout. When they looked up, there was a piercing silver light in the distance. It was so resplendent and dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. That was Dao might, the pure saber Dao's Dao might. It was much stronger than the Dao might on Xiao Chen's body. Amid the silver light, that person ferociously pointed his saber forward. A boundless saber move turned into a strong wind that filled the air, instantly surging over. It was like an army of thousands of horses, or like a huge wave in the ocean, surging over. However, with a flash of silver light, that person spread his arms and flew over like a kuin peng. In the blink of an eye, that person arrived at the very front of this saber move. His body was like the sharpest saber in the world. He sliced through the faux god might in the air like it was a piece of cloth, instantly arriving, acting all mysterious. No one can save him today. Yanjia, who had already charged to the very front, snorted coldly. He did not stop moving, continuing to fly towards the stone pillar where Xiao Chen was. You are seeking death. A silver light flashed, and a terrifying saber move vanished together with the silver light. When the silver light reappeared, that person appeared above Yanjia's head. The saber move that filled the air suddenly erupted. The saber light landed, and Yanjia was instantly chopped in half. His head separated from his body, no longer showing any signs of life. Dang! After the saber cut Yanjia's body, it landed on the surface of the stone pillar. The stone pillar's surface cracked into pieces and cracks appeared. As Xiao Chen looked at that person, his eyes filled with heavy surprise. He nearly could not help cursing. He simply could not believe what he saw. Chapter 1826. The person who had just arrived was dressed in monk robes. He had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and an eye-catching bald head. Who else could it be but the little monk Yan Chen? Xiao Chen had always heard the little monk say that he was an expert, a very powerful expert. A middle stage, star venerate did not interest him at all. Even his own saber skills were only a little interesting in his eyes, and he still needed his guidance. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it at all. However, the earlier scene flabbergasted everyone. Yanjia, who had just advanced to Holy Venerate, could not even catch a single saber strike from Xiao Chen. Even though Yanjia had already suffered a series of blows from Lin Fan previously and had sustained injuries that were neither heavy nor light. However, no matter what, he was still a Holy Venerate. Silver light flickered. Just like that, he was cleaved into two halves, his life force gone and his soul scattered. The three great devil sect elders, the three great pirate captains, the many rogue cultivators, and the chief true disciples of the devil sect were all frightened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was he still a monk? He had delicate features, but how could he be so ruthless and heartless? He did not have the slightest scruple of the Buddhist precepts. He killed as soon as he said he would, not showing any mercy at all. He was not afraid of violating the precept of killing. Little monk, you are an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. How can you collude with this white-clothed mad demon? He is a great villain who has fallen into the demonic path. The Fantasy Cloud sect's Elder Gao said shamelessly. He seemed to have forgotten that he himself was a great demon. The refinement of the Fantasy Cloud sect's ghost penance was utterly devoid of conscience and inhumane. But now, with righteous words, he was pointing at Xiao Chen and calling him a demon. It had to be said that the little monk Yen Chen's strength truly frightened them to the point that they even used such an excuse. Yen Chen could not be bothered to say anything more. He pointed with his saber and said sullenly, I don't care about so much. I'll kill whoever kills my big brother. It's not up to you people to tell me who the saber in my hand will be with. His words had completely blocked the path of peace talks. Humph! Do you really think you can kill all of us by yourself? Yenja was just careless. Everyone, attack together and kill this bald donkey. Even though the strength that the little monk displayed was frightening, Xiao Qin simply had too many precious treasures on him, be it the faux god flame or the 8 divine platform treasures. They were worth risking their lives for the little monk. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers, so they would always have a mental advantage. Yen Qin smiled faintly. His smile was like that of a Buddha, appearing benevolent like the reincarnation of a living Buddha. Every action and every expression contained a supreme Buddhist intent. The dense Buddhist might turned into a pure silver light that shone in all directions. This light is really special. It's rare to hear that the Buddha's might can emit a silver light. Xiao Qin took the opportunity to get up. When he saw this scene, he was secretly surprised. There seemed to be some records of the silver Buddhist light in the incomplete memories of the underground dragon city's faux god flame. Unfortunately, this was not the time to reminisce. Taking advantage of the little monk's appearance, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and quickly healed his injuries, recovering his strength. Kacha! However, just as he sat down cross-legged, he heard a blood-curdling scream. A silver light flashed, and the Buddhist might and horrifying saber intent on the little monk vanished without a trace. When Yen Qin reappeared in the next moment, he landed before a top true inheritor. That top true inheritor was the Fantasy Cloud sect's Long Tingyu. Yen Chen's cultivation was similar to Long Tingyu's, similar to his. However, when Yen Chen faced Long Tingyu, he broke the ghost pennant in his hand with just one move. The saber intent did not stop there. That silver monk's saber continued descending, directly blasting Long Tingyu's physical body into a pool of blood. Not even a corpse remained. Whoosh! After killing one person, Yen Chan landed on a stone pillar. Then he looked at the holy venerates with stunned expressions and smiled faintly. It will be difficult for you all to catch me. Right after Yen Chin spoke, he spread his arms again. Then he moved like an eagle, and a silver light flashed as he instantly streaked across the sky. The group of people charging at Yen Chin missed. Their expressions changed drastically as they quickly looked in another direction. Whoosh! 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 It was like a game of hide and seek. After repeating this a few times, the many holy venerates could not surround Yen Chin. I'm coming. Yen Chan laughed loudly and suddenly appeared before the somewhat fatigued top true inheritor of the Blood Demon Royal Hall. Without even thinking, he swung his saber. This saber strike gave off a resplendent silver light. The little monk revealed a strange smile. It was like he had lived in the mortal realm for hundreds, or even thousands of years. He had seen all sorts of life, seen all sorts of prosperity. Only loneliness and vicissitudes remained. Yen Chen's saber light immediately turned incredibly heavy. It was like he had traveled through time and space, experiencing the baptism of thousands of years. Bang! The top true inheritor of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, who met this saber strike, immediately turned to ashes, turning into dust. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He immediately recognized the saber technique that the little monk used. It was the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, which was forbidden by the Buddhist sections. It should be an incomplete manual. Like Xiao Chen, the little monk practiced only a few moves. However, no matter how strong the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique was, it could not be compared to an ordinary killing move. With the little monk's strength, Xiao Chen had no choice but to admit that there were indeed people in this world who could bring out their strength many times over. Regular cultivators who could bring out 80% of their combat prowess would be considered pretty good. If one could bring out 100%, one could be called a genius. If one could bring out 120%, one could be called a demonic genius. People like Xiao Qin, who could bring out 150% of their peak state, could be counted on one's fingers. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. As for people like the little monk, one could only look for them in ancient records. To think that a late-stage star venerate cultivator could easily deal with 9 holy venerates surrounding him, killing 3 with a wave of his hand. This simply did not make sense. Good timing. Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. The little monk's figure flickered again, and he appeared before the strongest holy venerate, Senior Chai. Senior Chai did not show any fear. He gently threw a palm strike with his skinny, bone-like hand. Rumble! The sky shook and the ground shook. The nearby stone pillars trembled. This old fellow had lived for who knew how long. As Senior Chai waved his hand, the force he drove was incredibly horrifying. Bang! The little monk vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. This was the first time everyone saw him in such a sorry state. Ha ha ha! Senior Chai is incredible. With Senior Chai around, there is nothing to worry about. After seeing Senior Chai's strong strength, the other holy venerate's confidence soared. You are a person who is about to die. Let's see how many more times you can send out such strong energy. Yen Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. However, he was not convinced at all. A silver light flashed, and he sent out another saber strike. Everyone was somewhat shocked to discover that before Yen Chen's strange movement technique, it was simply impossible to surround and attack him. They could only watch as Yen Chen fought with Senior Chai alone. Yen Chen received each move more effortlessly than the one before. It was clear that Senior Chai was growing increasingly weaker. His lethargy grew heavier. He was too old. If it were 10 years ago, Senior Chai might not care about Yen Chen at all. However, now, Yen Chen's lifespan was approaching its end. Under such a head-on clash, Senior Chai felt his lifespan dwindle pitifully. His lifespan dwindled rapidly, like a lamp running out of oil at any moment. In the mortal realm, an ancient smile appeared on the little monk, Yen Chen's face again. The silver saber light that the Buddhist monk's saber gave off instantly turned heavy. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of the mortal realm appeared continuously, layering over each other. With each layer, it looked like a growth ring was carved on the silver saber light. Boom! After Senior Chai's frail body received this saber strike, his lifespan drained. He was like a lamp running out of oil. His body withered like an old tree, falling into the deep abyss like a lead stone. I remember now. Just at this moment, the expression of a demonic Tao sect elder changed dramatically. The finger he pointed at the little monk could not stop trembling. The little monk's eyes filled with horror. At first he was stunned. Then he turned somewhat flustered. The Buddhist sect's silver saber, the heavenly eagle, demonic monk. Kassier. Right after the little monk spoke, Yen Chen's berserk saber strike struck him, severely injuring him on the spot. As Yen Chen held the Buddhist monk's saber, he could not help feeling regret. Damn it, I was still too late. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. He is the little demonic monk's silver saber. He has an innate body of misfortune and holds the Buddhist sect's Buddhist monk's saber. He is not restrained by the abstinence from killing and is the nemesis of the demonic Tao sections. Even if he commits overwhelming sins, he can become a Buddha immediately. After the other holy venerates recognized the little monk Yen Chen, they stopped pestering him and scattered. The little demonic monk silver saber? When Xiao Qin, who was recuperating, heard this title, he held back a smile. A corner of his lips twitched involuntarily. This title was indeed tyrannical. No wonder the little monk immediately jumped to it every time the title was mentioned. Chapter 1827. After recognizing the little monk Yen Chen's origins, those demonic Tao sect elders did not think anything else and immediately scattered. It looked like they steeled their hearts and did not want to fight with this person. Given the little monk's movement technique and his horrifying saber Tao cultivation, they could not surround him. The holy venerate will, the only thing that could win, was mostly neutralized by the little monk's Buddhist might. They felt like they could not attack. Not only did numbers not have a positive effect, but they even hindered each other, resulting in a negative effect. Right now, these demonic Tao sect elders already gave up on the idea of monopolizing the treasures on Shaoqin. They only hoped that their sovereign personages would arrive. Only with the overwhelming strength of a sovereign personage could they easily suppress this little monk. It turns out that there is no one who can fight. Yen Chen's lips curled up as he revealed a smile. Then he turned around and leaped toward Shaoqin. Furthermore, Yen Chen had delicate features and wore monk robes. His charming eyes had not matured yet, making him look young. Such a little monk was known as the little demonic monk Silver Saber. Ha ha ha. Big brother Xiao, I told you before. I came as an expert. A monk does not lie. Yen Chen held his Buddhist monk saber and leaped over many stone pillars. The remnant Buddhist might from his body had yet to scatter as he landed heavily. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. Boom! Suddenly, something strange happened. The moment the little monk landed, the stone pillar under him crumbled, sending him plummeting into the deep abyss. Big brother, save me. All this happened in an instant. Xiao Qin and Yen Qin could not react in time. Anyone, including a holy venerate, would die without a doubt once they fell. The gravity of the deep abyss was not something that ordinary people could endure. Then Xiao Qin thought about the many experts who fell and died without exception. His expression changed dramatically. He quickly leaped up and went to the edge to take a look. Xiao Qin saw the little monk grabbing the hole in the stone pillar with one hand. Occasionally, shattered rocks fell by his side, but there was no sound for a long time. The little monk tried to exert force several times to leap up. However, it felt like there were many mountains on his back. He could not get up at all. Seeing Xiao Qin stretch out his head, the little monk said hurriedly, "Quick, quick, quick! Give me a hand. I can't hold on for much longer. This place is too strange. After the stone pillar fell, I can't use my strength at all." In the darkness, the little monk's bald head was particularly eye-catching. Just a minute later, the little monk was already in such a sorry state. It was indeed true that he was born with the body of misfortune. Xiao Qin laughed involuntarily. He stretched out his hand and said, "Come on up." "He's here." Damn! Who knew that when the little monk stretched out his hand, Xiao Chan would feel a huge suction force. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. His entire body was pulled down by Yen-Chin. Boom! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed the gap in the stone pillar. His other hand was firmly grasped by the little monk. He felt as if his entire arm was about to be torn apart by the suction force of the little monk. Xiao Chen finally understood what Yen-Chin had just said. After falling off the stone pillar, Zhang Xian found himself in a completely different world. Under the pull of gravity, he could not bring out his strength at all. He could not even circulate his veritable essence energy normally. He could only rely on his vital qi to hold on bitterly. Normally, if Xiao Chen were alone, he would be able to get up by circulating all his vital qi. However, now that he had to drag the little monk, he felt somewhat powerless. "Big brother, don't ever let go," the little monk said with a bitter expression as he grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. Xiao Chen wanted to get angry. However, when he looked at the little monk's face and thought about the title that scared everyone away, he got so angry that he laughed. "If I have to die, so be it. In any case, if the little monk did not come, I would not be able to escape death." However, Xiao Chen clearly could have escaped already. If he did this again, he would feel dissatisfied. No wonder those people wanted to run. Who would not be afraid of such misfortune? Not only would their opponents be afraid, but even their friends would be afraid. "Don't worry. I won't let go. I'll just hang on like this. When I run out of strength, we can just fall down together." Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. Feeling depressed, Yen-Chin said, "Why am I so unlucky? Even holy venerates have to retreat when they see me." "Why?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Stop complaining. Think of a way." Complaining was never the way to solve problems. Faced with adversity, Xiao Chen was startled for a moment. Then he calmly thought of all sorts of ways to escape. Xiao Chen continuously analyzed the situation before him, trying to figure out how it happened. Even when Xiao Chen leaped from stone pillar to pillar, he did not feel such a terrifying gravity. Why did it feel like he was in a completely different world when he landed on the stone pillar? After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. The many stone pillars in the vast space might have formed an invisible barrier. The height of the stone pillar was the threshold. Once one jumped over the stone pillar, they would no longer be affected by the barrier. Aside from the pressure of the faux god might, one would also be affected by the gravity of this place. "Big brother, I feel that this might not be gravity. It is heart force. I once heard Master say that before the Kasayapa Buddha became a Buddha, he cultivated heart force. Heart force is boundlessly ethereal, extremely profound. Ordinary people cannot comprehend it." Xiao Chen felt doubtful as he asked, "Heart force?" Actually, Xiao Chen had already noticed it long ago. No matter how horrifying and normal gravity was, it would not affect a person's veritable essence energy. It would not be to the extent where one's abilities could not be brought out. Furthermore, this place happened to be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. It was possible that it was heart force. However, what exactly was heart force? Xiao Chen had never heard of it before. "Is there a way to break it?" "No," the little monk answered straightforwardly. Xiao Chen was speechless. After speaking for so long, it turned out that it was all nonsense. "This won't do. My arm is about to break. The suction from the little monk is getting stronger. If I persist, my arm will be torn off sooner or later. At that time, although I can save myself by severing my arm, the little monk will definitely die." Given Xiao Chen's physical body, cultivation, and resources, reattaching an arm would not be a big deal. Severing an arm to save himself was indeed a pretty good way to escape. "Big brother, I think I should let go. It's better for one to die than for both of us to die." The little monk could feel the state of Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, he was more open to it. However, he felt somewhat guilty. In the end, it was the little monk who implicated Big Brother Xiao. "There's no need." Xiao Chen directly let go, and the little monk let out a startled cry. Then the two of them plummeted. They were like shot put. A strong wind blew as they fell faster and faster. Those who fell to their deaths did so because their physical bodies were not strong enough. They directly smashed into meat paste. With his physical body, perhaps he could give it a try and take a gamble. All the bones in Xiao Chen's body had already become inferior-grade dragon bones. His meridians had already turned into dragon tendons. In a situation where Xiao Chen could not circulate his veritable essence energy, his vital qi could surge through his dragon tendons. Xiao Chen immediately brought out his divine dragon war body, and a heavy dragon might spread out on his physical body. It formed an invisible divine dragon artifact armor that protected his body. After spinning around twice, Xiao Chen accelerated his descent. Then he placed the little monk on his back. The sound of the wind grew louder by his ears. The wind was already like a knife, cutting his body, causing him to grimace in pain. Unfortunately, even moving his mouth was very difficult now. Bang! After some time, Xiao Chen landed on the ground. The huge rebound flung the little monk away. Pussy! Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. His internal organs shattered on the spot. A mouthful of blood containing some of his shattered liver fell to the ground. Cracks appeared all over Xiao Chen's body, spreading continuously in his bones. Just as the cracks were about to multiply, the bones all over Zhang Xian's body came to a stop, just a hair's breadth away from crumbling. The cracks stopped spreading. That's good. Xiao Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. He had already landed. His bones had not shattered. This was truly a blessing in the misfortune. As long as Xiao Chen rested for a while, the self-healing ability of the blue dragon bloodline in his bone marrow would take effect. The self-healing ability of the dragon race bloodline would allow him to recover very quickly. Even if his internal organs were shattered and his mind was shaken, recovering was just a matter of time. Ha ha ha. Big brother, I'm fine. To think that I'm completely fine. Only my chest feels a little stuffy. I'm completely fine. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, he saw the little monk, Yin Chen, rush over excitedly after escaping death. Xiao Chen immediately paled in fright. He hurriedly said, Don't come near me. Pa. However, before Xiao Chen finished speaking, the incredibly excited little monk placed his hand heavily on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Crack, crack. Xiao Chen's bones, which were originally on the verge of shattering, shattered with the little monk's strike. All the bones in Xiao Chen's body shattered, and his dragon bones were damaged. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted from the pain, losing consciousness. Before Xiao Chen blacked out, he thought of only one sentence. I'm so unlucky. Unlucky can really kill.